our people deserve to live in a good environment. And that is why we're calling on you this morning, that you will join us to pull down that book of Lucifer, that singular book of Lucifer that has brought nothing but death, misfortune, underdevelopment to our people, to us, to everyone. Because Nigeria, as currently constituted, is crime against humanity, and it needs to stop. Thank you. Please, are we ready with the next video?
Yes, just a little bit of correction. Please, I forgot to click the YouTube button and it wasn't there before, but it's there now. So if you are watching us on YouTube, I know you've been looking for it. I'm sorry.
So sorry.
It should be on now. Sorry about that. We are too excited to see you guys, and I forgot.
Our sister, Ambassador Akano. You see, but because everyone is speaking, everyone that knows what is going wrong, what has gone wrong, is saying something. We'll listen to her so that we'll get more information. Some of you have watched this video before. Watch it again, because each time you watch, you will hear something that you didn't hear before.
Mm-hmm.
Don't click out and say, oh, I've seen this video before. No. You have seen the video, but have you come out of the problem? No. So please, don't click out to go and look at a woman's breast and come back. Stay one place. You're not suffering from all them, I don't want to call it. But stay one place, please. And let's listen to her. Thank you.
Not the truth, and nothing but the truth. France remains as a member of the UN Security Council. And yet France today remains one of the biggest perpetrators of human rights violations in Africa. And everybody is giving it, the world is giving it a blind eye. United Nations, it is a body that's supposed to be the watchdog for human rights violations. France remains the biggest risk to peace and security in Africa today. And nobody is talking about it. France did something absolutely deplorable. Made the former colonies, because they still are colonized, sign a document which they called the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. Did this. On one hand, we're giving you your independence, but on the other hand, sign this document that you are agreeing to continue to be colonized. So two countries said, no way, Jose, we ain't doing this. Guinea and Mali. The French could not understand it. How could an African country dare not want to be affiliated with France? So in their anger, history tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the countries signed the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The Pact for the Continuation of Colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know what the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report, and if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money, you have to submit your own country's financial report And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money. A loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts, French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports, French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, were 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during the coup, documented all of them. France was behind it. Simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France, do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact of the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You've given up control of your natural resources.
All right, so we'll have this video on our Facebook page. We have to understand what these issues are in order for us to do things about it, because a lot of you are sitting there thinking that we are not under colonization, and you guys don't know that the same forefathers has just changed hands, and now they're doing the same kind of business in a different manner. So understanding this, so that when we are screaming about those holding us down, we know who to look for. It's not just Britain that is holding us down, because if we need to get Britain to give us the loan, then France, as their NATO connection with their NATO connection, will not allow you, because they are there to protect Britain. So all of them are in the same kind of business, doing the same kind of thing, just in a different manner. So understanding this piece will help us to know who we need to address when it comes to letting go of our rights, in terms of them letting go of our rights. So Dr. Arikana has played a very big role in alerting a whole lot of us that care to listen, because people don't listen to women, hey, who is that woman talking today? She should go and stand up and pee. They will not hear what she's saying. So I didn't know that. If you ask me, I did not know before that France still has a stronghold on their so-called Commonwealth, because I guess those areas are the Commonwealth for the French people, whereas we, the Nigerian, and the rest of us are Commonwealth for the Britain. So they're still in business, They're still in business, doing what they need to do to support their own people, using our resources to keep their people welfare going, their retirement going, everything going, while we come to their country to clean up their private parts for their grandmothers, as if we have no brain. Go ahead, sister.
Yes, my sister. As if we have no brain. When you listen to some of these things, you want to scream. The natural tendency for anybody that has brain is like, what? This is going on and I didn't even know. So it's heartbreaking for us to say this thing, and our people that call themselves politicians, church leaders, traditional rulers, or traditional criminals, whatever they're called, will hear it and not say, what do we do today to change this?
Now.
Now. And that's why sometimes when we talk to some people, they feel we're insulting them. Because I have no respect for criminals, for people that want to kill others for their selfish gain. Sorry, I don't have respect for you. Because it doesn't make sense to me why somebody wants to do that. You see, there are three key tools that these people use. These colonial masters and their agents and everything, because they work together. Like Sister Muna said, it's not just a Britain thing. Because some people say, Britain will never allow you to go. It's not France alone. They teamed together and formed alliance to exploit others. Why can't you form your own alliance to say no to what they're doing? Because we are able. They use three tools: ignorance, fear, and military terrorism. You see the terrorism we are talking about? Yes, they started it.
Mm-hmm.
They are the ones that recruit people, train them. If you ever hear of any terrorists in anywhere in the world, these people trained them. Because you know what? In my village, there's no place we train terrorists. No. We don't even know what it is. Because it's against our culture and tradition to go around stealing people's resources and land and killing them. It is not our culture, it's not our tradition. My forefathers did not know things like that because it's an abomination in our land. In our land, if you steal yam, just yam, is an abomination. You'll be dealt with. You'll be excommunicated. Some people will be chased into evil forest. I'm not talking about Ohiago, like somebody that is hungry and took yam to eat. That one is different. We are talking about the one that you go and molest others and steal their land, steal their things and all that. My people will not allow you to go on with that life. They will stop you. Not to talk of nations going from place to place, stealing people's lands and properties and giving it all sorts of names. And then there are people who hear and say it's okay. So that means you're a different set of people. You came from after this space. You're not a human being. So we're saying, for those that are still basking in the pool of ignorance, please allow those of us that understand the situation to speak. Yes. If you don't know what to say, just keep quiet. My sister Mona will say, it's okay to be quiet. It's okay to say, I don't know what to say. Let me just keep quiet and listen. Because you know what? When you listen, you begin to understand, and then you begin to know what to now say eventually. Because you're not going to be dumb eventually. But at that moment, you don't know enough to speak on that matter. We hear people that do not know anything about constitution, about laws and all that, speak to us on things they have no clue about. I hear one Yoruba guy. He's campaigning for Tifunubu. What did he say? He said that he does not know who Awolowo is, and that he did not care to know about him. All he knows is that Tifunubu is the one that multiplied gala sellers in Lagos. And because he multiplied, made our children to sell more gala on the road, he is going to be president of Nigeria.
Wow.
And he's saying it, speaking English with boldness. He said this thing that he has achieved in Lagos, he will do it again in Nigeria. So I say, see, a lot of people are ignorant. But that is not even the crime. The crime is that you're speaking to us from your point of ignorance. That's where you're committing crime. Because in that clubhouse, when I was listening, I hear a lot of people like, my goodness, is this guy saying this in open? Meanwhile, he has his own children abroad, schooling abroad, while he was clapping hands and saying that the person that made more of our children to sell gala on the streets has done well.
Mm.
Have you seen the height of deception that we're talking about? So we're saying, we know that these people use ignorance. Because when you are ignorant, you are afraid for nothing. What something you don't know, you're just afraid of it. But assuming you get informed, you will know that there's no fear in the self-determination project that we're doing. There's nothing to be afraid of. Another thing, like we said, they use military terrorism. But that can only work when you give them reason to use that terror on you. How do you give them reason to do that? You see, one thing about these criminals is like they like to hide. Both their agents, their politicians, all of them, they don't want to be exposed. They want to hide everything they're doing. Just exposing what they're doing is good enough. But by the time you carry machetes, broken bottle, and see military people coming and say you want to attack them, they will kill you. Because you don't have equipment. You're not equipped to fight them. So you are only aiding them in their evil. They wanted to kill you anyways. They want you to leave your land. They want you to run, like what's that movie that what that
Forrest Gump.
No, the other one that's I forgot what I remember. They say Simba, run away from your land. The uncle, the wicked uncle says, Simba, run away from your land, run. Because when you run away, they can take your land. They can take what belongs to you. So they want you to run. You yourself, do you want to run? That's what you ask yourself. And that's what we talk to our children, especially those in Southeast. Please, stop giving them reason to kill us. They will kill you, we know. But you giving them reason to now come and kill you is what is not okay. Anybody living in diaspora, contributing money and giving you to buy chakabula, to fight people that are coming with armored tankers. Even if you don't value your life, don't you value the mother that gave birth to you? You think she gave birth to you for you to just die like a millipede? Please, my people, listen to us. We have strategy to do these things. Are you surprised that when they speak, they don't mention Ninas? They dare not. Because we have closed all the doors. This thing is brain work. We have closed all the doors. That anyone they mention, a trap will catch them. We set traps every corner. It's like when you're chasing Ewi in my land. Like people, Ewi is an animal. I don't want to call it in English. It's Ewi, we call it. So limits. When you chase it, you have to close all the exits. Then put trap in the other place. So that as they run here, they will not enter the trap. Nina set trap for all the evil people everywhere.
Yep.
So as they run around, they're the ones that will fall into trap, not us. Because we are using their own laws, their constitution, their whatever they set, we are using them against them. So if they ever attack us, it means that they are in support of what we are doing and what we are saying. Because that's the only reason you can attack me for saying the truth. I saw one woman that they were beating in Sokoto. He said, "How dare you say something against the senator?" Yes, because the senator has made himself Lord over us. That's for him to be able to do that shows that what we're saying, that 1999 constitution that we're saying that is fraudulent, that means that what we're saying is true. So anybody that attacks Ninas, we fall into the trap that we have set. But if you by yourself, you now carry machetes, and then you're running around to go and hug transformer, to hug armored tankers, you are committing suicide. So this next movie, video we're showing you is to buttress what we're saying. And this is a proof. This man now is coming out for Nigerian. He wants to be president of Nigeria. this man. Mm-hmm. You will hear him say the 1999 constitution, that all those things that, he will say the right things. You will not ask him, what changed? You know that this thing is not good, but you want to do it anyways. Why? And you call yourself a nobleman. Are you not trying to disgrace the name that you bear? Is that not what you're trying to do? Who is threatening you? Who is blackmailing you and telling you that you must rise up and do the wrong thing? Who is doing this to you, Mr. Baba? Who is doing this to you? Why will you vomit and take back the vomit into your mouth? What is happening to you? So we'll play this for you, and then you'll see our brother also coming to say, because we're saying what we're saying. We've been saying it for 21 years, and we'll continue to say it. And we'll not stop saying it. And we'll continue to say it. Whether you get done, we'll continue to say it.
Yep.
Please go ahead.
Back since the 60s, we have been having symptoms of an unstable country in disequilibrium. If you have what they call an inverted structure, whereby if you put the peak of a pyramid down and let the base stand up, that pyramid will fall. I think that it is clear to every right-thinking person that Nigeria is not properly structured. The foundations are not right. And so you have this constant instability, disruptions, and eruptions. And what one will come to a conclusion is, what do we do to make this federation stable? What do we do to make this group of people who have come together as a country, different nations, different cultures, different persuasions and philosophies wielded together? Maybe the welding was not properly done, and so you have fissures and cracks, and each is causing turbulence. And Nigeria is wobbling from one crisis to another. A nation that has failed to develop, not because it does not have people who can make it develop, but because the circumstances of the structure have continued to inhibit the total manifestation of the potentials of the people. So what you see is symptoms of an instability. And what every right-thinking person, if your house is leaking, cracked, falling, pushed, you need to see what you do. You then have to bring down the house and rebuild it, or put new structures to hold it. And if they will face this, I'm sorry, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'll be sad to see that my children, because in all my adult life, I've lived through this, and I wouldn't like my children and grandchildren to also live through it.
Thank you, Mas Okobum. And from you, Tony, why are there these numerous agitations?
Yes, like Maza pointed out, the diagnosis. By the way, the Lower Niger Congress is the aggregation of the self-determination initiatives across the greater eastern Nigeria, the eastern half of southern Nigeria, meaning the old eastern region and the old midwestern region, but coming together as ethnic nationalities. We're talking about the Igbo, the Ijaw, the Chipre, the Anang, the Efik, all in that block, because the foundation upon which Nigeria was constructed was flawed fundamentally. And it wasn't an accident that it got flawed. It was because Nigeria was put together as a business venture by the British. They came here very clear-headed in what they were coming to do. It was actually a criminal enterprise, because we had to, in the diagnosis we did in the opposition elite, we went right down to 1914, and we found out that even before the 1914, there were things that have transpired which were not placed on the table for anybody to see. Then Nigeria, the entire territory, was property of Britain. And we again found out that permit me to use a map to illustrate, in the upper segment here, we recall that there is the Fulani Caliphate. There was the jihad that brought them to Sokoto and all this. They conquered this territory and were in possession of it, administering it according to their own civilization almost 100 years, from 1804 to the period when the British that came from the southern flank, conquering and somehow getting hold of the entire south. And it was in their push towards north that they met the same caliphate that had reached the Ilorin and Benue belt, and because the two came from outside, they were here on a common mission to get what they can get for themselves. And like two robbery gangs that had to cooperate, against a common target. The joint venture, what they did between themselves became a joint venture. The name of that joint venture is Nigeria, and it was formalized in 1914. What was sold to us as amalgamation, what I'm saying is backed by documents in black and white, which we got from the archives that were hidden from our fathers. I have been face to face with people like Noho in course of this project to ask whether they knew about all of this. And it turned out they did not know, because many of them were not born, not even Azikiwe. And on the basis of what they agreed to do together, the foundation was so late to put that caliphate in charge like an agent, because the British knew they would leave at some point. And they were resisted so fiercely down south. You remember the Oba of Guinea, you remember King Dede in Okobo, a whole number of the resistance was such that they already made up their mind what to do with people from one part as against people from the other part. And what came out as amalgamation was merely an annexation of southern Nigeria to northern Nigeria. And if you recall, I'm sure many of us must have heard about the Southern Lady of Means that was to be available to the northern side. And coming from that point in 1914, of course, it was celebrated, the amalgamation in 1914 was celebrated by Grand Dobbers in Zungeru and Sokoto, whereas it was protested in Lagos. The people who knew, nobody was told in the South. It was only the North that knew that such was. It was a German newspaper that leaked it. The amalgamation that would be announced on the 4th of January 1914 was a German newspaper that leaked it on the Boxing Day of 1913. That is the day after Christmas. And people, there was nothing they could do. The announcement came, and there were protests here. There were celebrations there. What was the significance of that? Because one part was going to take hold of the assets of the other parts, and the part that who enjoyed that was that. And it was something the British had to put in place and nurture all the way to when they might have to leave. And they made permanent arrangements that will be permanent even when they leave. So as at 2018, that joint venture is still cutting away 3 million barrels of crude oil every day against the will of the owners and sharing it over the heads of, and nobody from among the owners is on the table of signing.
Nope. That is another level of criminality. So we'll leave this video in its entirety on our Facebook. And when we tell you guys that, this plan is ongoing, this is the same, it was not supposed to work. That's why they're sitting there thinking, what kind of people are you guys that they will put you all together like a bunch of animals? And you're there playing nation and country and republic and everything else. They don't even understand this. They're sitting there looking at what manner of people are this? It wasn't meant to survive. It wasn't meant to last. Even with the video we played last week, because it's not just our brother Tony saying it. The guy that was narrating it was saying how Nigeria will never work, how they have different segments of people and different segments of operation, that it will never work. But we have a bunch of criminals benefiting from the broad franchise called Nigeria, and they don't want it to break, and ignorant people are there supporting it. Even some of our women will go and tie wrapper with a picture of a criminal on top of it and be sharing it because she got a box of onions. We have done all manner of stuff, and then when we commit all this blunder, we go to church and start praying and fasting to undo what we have done to ourselves. My people, doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. How can we be running in circles, chasing our own tails? At some point, you will be dizzy and you will pass out. Please. let's end this madness. Let's end this madness. There are so many ways for people to suffer, but not like this now. Not like this. It doesn't even make sense. Who wants to let this thing called Nigeria to continue to run? A failed state that have made everyone, my whole lifetime, I've never seen anything good in Nigeria. Never. Never. So if I die tomorrow, that's it for me. Never, never, never. Never. Only criminals are benefiting from the nation or the rogue. I don't even know what the fund federation called Nigeria. Only criminals. And those that are not criminals are the ones pushing for a change. And we are asking the general public, the ignorant general public, to begin to learn the process that we need to get where we're going. And like my sister said earlier, you don't have to say anything. It's okay to be shut up. Like Mechiano, you shut the hell up and you listen. Because we need to go. If not, the criminal Okarabusa will come and run for president. This brother here talking from both sides of his mouth will tell you he wants to be president. Every one of them wants to be president because it's all about chin-chan. What can I get? They will never make any good decision that will benefit us. Never, ever, ever. And it's equally evil for those of you in diaspora hiding in your mansions overseas. Going home to change your dollar and show up and come back. And leave our people in lion's den. Can we educate ourselves? Because at least we have internet. We have resources. So that we can empower individual families to rise against this nation called Nigeria with this. We have what it takes, people. We just need to learn and then apply it. Oh, go ahead, sister. I'm so emotional with
Yes,
this.
my dear. We have to. We are not as dumb as some people have painted us. But when we act the way we are acting, it shows that we are dumb. It shows that what they said we are, that we are that. We are that. I know we can do better. And you know the unfortunate thing, that while our people were running up and down, ignorant, going over the world, like scampering everywhere, like mad people, that the Fulanese were strategically following what their forefathers put in place for them for 200 years.
In conjunction with their British enterprise.
Exactly. Because look at it, there are two rogue groups. The British and all those people who want to steal our land. They now found agents, a minute group of people that they could use, and they formed partners, and they have been doing that. And you know, they use the three strategies that we are using in NINAS, which is enlightenment campaign, mobilization, and enforcement. Because you know what, like we said, this is an international standard that if you want to do anything, you will follow, you enlighten them, mobilize them, and then enforce it. Fulanese are now in their enforcement phase. Do you know when they were doing their enlightenment? When you were seeing Fulani man carrying radio and following cow in your village.
GPSing all over our town.
Exactly. That
Before
was
Google,
enlightenment campaign.
collecting data.
Exactly. That was enlightenment phase. They were not listening to music. They were listening to their people, speaking to them, training them, telling them what to do and what not to do. What were you doing? Trying to process your visa to run out of your father's land.
Joy.
Fulani man was coming into your land, doing GPS, mapping it out, and telling the people as he was sitting on the radio what next to do. If you do this, then do this. If you do this, then do this. They were listening in their own language.
We even invited them to our house as gatekeepers.
Yes. Yes. And then some people say,
the doors open, they begin to hear you and say everything.
exactly. And then some people will say, people like this I know do not kill people. No. We used to work together with them. We used to go to the farm. And then when we go to the farm, they see us, they say the cow, move, move, move. They say, hey, cow, move, 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 move. They say, no, the Fulanis, we know we are peace love, you know. These are our old people saying these things. People that are holding us in this their political structure. Opening this mouth in public and saying, the Fulanis, we know, are used to loving people, they will move the cow, and they tell us, move cow, move cow, move cow. And we tell them, move cow, move cow, move cow. Can't you use your brain? Can't your brain work? That they did this thing in phases. There was phase of enlightenment. They were enlightening their whole people. Because we're saying, how is it that every Fulani that you give birth to, once they come out, they start carrying gun? Somebody had taught them over time. And then they began to mobilize them.
Oh,
Say group by group, go to Kaduna. This group, go to Jos. This group, go to Southeast. This group, go to Southwest. This group. Then when they finished stationing themselves, they began to enforce their plan. And we are saying to our people, we are not that stupid. It's just that we are not putting our thoughts together. And that's why we come here every Saturday, to make you, so that instead of the more you look, the less you see. The more you look, the more you will see. Begin to coordinate your eye and your brain, so that what you're seeing will make sense to you. So they are enforcement phase. We are also in mobilization and enforcement phase with NINAS. And we are begging people that are walking up and down speaking English to stop. All these half-baked lawyers, people like Mark Zuckerberg, you know that the constitution is holding us down. Then you went to collect money so that you will free your criminal that you're battling with over there. It's all about money. We know. You people know the truth. That we want to make money from the pain and sorrows of our people, especially the ignorant ones. The ones that have refused to follow instruction. That they will rather fall into the trap of Fulani Caliphate. And then the half-baked lawyers and criminal lawyers will make money from them. Even Bruce Payne that you brought from America, he told you, he said, if the constitution is the problem, they all know. So why are you still following these wicked, greedy politicians? These naive and gullible traditional criminals, traditional rulers, yes, that's what they call themselves. Can't you understand that these are agents of the colonial masters?
benefiting
Or are
from
we talking about the crooked pastors and priests who have become so spiritually empty and unrighteous that occultic people have taken over the land and are still taking over the land? These people are trading in the name of God. The house of God has become a business center where our politicians go to sell and trade their lies.
Sure.
Who set it up? Your pastors, your priests, your bishop. They open up a business center and they will bring in these political criminals to come and sell their lies to you. And then you will buy. No wonder the land is full of evil. The land is full of evil. And these people, after stealing all the money that are supposed to use to develop our land, they will come with their vainglories, celebrating stolen wealth and bloody money. Because our people cannot differentiate between good and bad. This one will say Ezego, this one will say this. The way they spread money, they are no more spreading naira, they spread dollars. And you're not asking yourself, where are they getting this money from? It is your money. The money that was meant to build schools, build your roads, hospitals, give you a meaningful life. They shared it among themselves in their group and in their caucus. Like coven, because they're all witches and wizards, they have a coven. They share all this money, they come in public and they spread it. And you are clapping, they're saying, please stop being stupid. Yes, you stop being stupid. This brain that is inside here is meant to work. That is why we are not walking on 4 legs. You see our hand and leg. There's a difference between us and animals. God that made us to walk on 2 legs and stand erect so that we can see what we're seeing and plan. Our brain is on top of our head. But our people are walking with their brain down. You say, stop that. Stop all these people that come with their inordinate pride, celebrating their achievements in the face of pain and sorrow for our people. Can you stop celebrating these criminals? Can you stop? Because these people are the ones working against what we're doing. Why? They know that if this thing we are working on stands, which it will, they will not have that opportunity to steal all that money and start doing what they're doing in public.
Nope.
Have you asked yourself why is it in America they don't come to spread it everywhere?
Spread what?
Why is it in America they don't come and bring bundle of money as that before you finish FBI, all of them will come to come and check where you got the money from.
Yep.
That's a system that works.
An invitation for check.
Yes.
For check.
Once they see you, that like, okay, can you come and we just because what you did just brought yourself out and say, see me, and they will see you because there's a system put in place to see you. They will see you. Please, we are begging you, for the sake of the children that you're giving birth to, those children that you're popping out of your womb every minute and every second. For the sake of those children, join Nina's movement and begin to reason with your brain. This is another person that I want to show you again. These are the politicians. We are not clapping hands for him yet because we have been deceived severally. They will say the right thing in the morning, in the evening, they will say the wrong thing. 1 minute is this, 1 minute is that. But when we are showing you Kingsley Moghalu, for those that don't know who Kingsley Moghalu, if you see how he's talking, his mouth, somebody said, did you see his mouth? He said, he's talking as if he's even lying or as if his mouth is that is not moving properly. Can you see? I said, okay, let's not look at his mouth. Let's just hear what he said. When we are presenting for you to hear that, we are telling you that they all know the truth. We have told you last presentation, we told you, mention his name. We told you that they know the truth. And then the things you're sharing to them, they're hearing, they're watching us. That's why he made this video. But it is your responsibility to take him accountable, to hold him accountable, to say, Kingsley, Professor Kingsley, now that you have said this thing, why are you not joining Nina's in getting the structure pulled down, the evil structure pulled down, so that we can put the right structure? Then, if you want to now become president, you can become after that. Not before. Not before. It has to be after. Listen to Kingsley Moghalu with his own mouth tell you the truth as it ought to be.
My name is Kingsley Moghalu. I know that it looks like it's all over for Nigeria.
Can you
But I'd
please
just like to remind each and every one of us that working together, we can stabilize Nigeria and make it a prosperous country. But in order to do this, we must all come to the table and address what the fundamental issues are, which is injustice. Nigeria needs a fundamental constitutional restructure. There is no other way out. Else, there is a very strong possibility that the country can implode.
Cheerful. Well done.
It does so violently, it will not be pretty. War and violence do not yield any real benefit for the normal man or woman in our country. It means disruption, it means economic dislocation, it means refugees, it means hunger, starvation, and all kinds of things. And if that happens, let us be very clear who is responsible. Those who refuse the opportunity to fundamentally restructure Nigeria, giving it a truly new people's constitution. That's what we need to do. Let's begin that discussion before it is too late. But let's not give up hope. And on the other hand, we cannot have the peace of the graveyard. I don't believe in illusions. I don't deceive myself. I'm very pragmatic. We will and we can face the problems that are facing us and we can overcome them. But I don't believe in the peace of the graveyard and I don't believe in violence. Both are extremes. We want justice. We want prosperity. We want jobs for our youth. That's what we want. We need a leadership and a constitution that can give us the kind of leadership that this country desires and what it is.
My. You see, maybe he's saying this, maybe his pounds, London, US, his dollar and pounds is running low. So now he's talking constitution, they will say, brother, come back, let's give you your own cuts. We are not even playing anymore. And this is what we want our people to understand. We are persistent for the past how many years now? We have it every Saturday is constitution. We're telling you guys that's what it is. That is the key issue. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Any problem that you have as a Nigerian, whether your marriage is crumbling in America where you're hiding because you and your husband are lying to yourself, sending money home, and your useless brother is overusing it and causing you stress, whether you have kids that are jumping out of the window when you're walking, 20 jobs at night to keep things afloat. 1999 constitution is the problem. Whether you're taking money from your retirement, because I have heard horror stories of our brothers taking money for their retirement to go start some type of business, and Agent Jabba of Nigeria swallowed it. The python swallowed the money, swallowed everything, and left the man in depression. They're telling you guys there is a name for your problem. It's called 1999 military decree. Even the criminals are now coming up and saying, hey, we are not going anywhere without this. So even when they're trying to go to 2023 election, they're saying, we will be lying to ourselves if these things are not addressed. Injustice. We are looking for equity. All these things that we've been lamenting on this show, if those things are not addressed, the Fulanis will get with you guys bumper to bumper every chance they get. That's why they can come and tell you that the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa because the British criminal enterprise has given it to them. And they signed it. And as long as you answer that name, Nigeria, that means that you agree to their mess, because that's what it is, a mess. You're agreeing to that mess. So we welcome those that are waking up. You know, we may be tough initially, but we do appreciate those that are waking up and having that honest conversation. What we don't want is to see you behind on some type of channel show next week saying something else. They are looking for consistency and persistency. Go ahead, sister.
Yes, my dear, we're looking for consistency and persistency. We can't be going back and forth like crazy people because we're not crazy people. And for those that are asking, what can we do? We say yes. It is your responsibility to hold the human operators of 1999 Constitution accountable. I will repeat. It is our collective responsibility. Nobody is doing it. It's not UN, it's not EU, it's not either. No, it's us. We that are under the yoke of this evil caliphate. We are the ones that will hold those operating 1999 Constitution in our land accountable. They are your villages and your communities. They are there. The first group are political parties. Those that are coming to your neighborhood to do political party. We are saying that political party has become a sin. Whether it's APC, PDP, whatever, is a sin to come to our land and campaign for 1999, for 2023 general elections. We are not talking about the by-elections. And we're not talking about boycotts. We're not saying you should wait until the day they say you should vote, then you don't vote. No. We say you have to be part of it. It's the opposite of boycott that we are preaching. We are saying you need to be inside of it to stop it. A vehicle is coming to your land, and we say this vehicle is full of missing money. This vehicle coming to your land, your neighborhood, is full of people's head that they are cutting and putting inside. We are not saying you should boycott and go inside your room and hide so that the vehicle can move up and down and cut the head of everybody sees. We are saying come out and tell the vehicle stop.
Back up.
You vehicle, you're carrying human heads. Stop. And we're not saying bring broken bottles and machete and stick. No. We are saying just organize yourself in your neighborhood and say, hey, vehicle, stop.
Not here.
You saw they did it in Yoruba land. Yoruba people, they were listening to leaders. They did their protest, they did their own in organized way. It has to be in organized way. We don't want anarchy. They did their meetings, they did everything, and nobody should stop them. Even the few people they tried to arrest, they followed the law and liberated them and brought them out. There is a way these things are done. You must follow the way because we don't want to fall into the hands of criminals. You can see what the people are doing in our land, calling themselves whether ESN or the IPOB. There is anarchy everywhere, cutting head, like Bakassi boys and Bakassi people. They're not doing all those nonsense. They are mature people. We can do it. Yes, people, we can do it. We can organize ourselves in our neighborhood, in our communities, and do the right thing.
Yep.
Yoruba people have shown you a prototype that is possible to have meetings of indigenous peoples.
And we've
To
already
have-
gathered ourselves. Remember, we
kind
have all
of-
these village meetings.
Exactly.
everywhere.
To show that level of organization.
Uh-oh.
Exactly. So they did it. When Nigerian police came, they spoke to them. No, man to man. Because we know these people now. And they said, okay, have your meeting. Because they are operating within the law that is still in existence. There are laws. They were saying it's not functioning well. And we want to make it. They were not sending you to carry broom and stick and broken bottle to go and start hugging Amotan. We will never send you to do that. And these women that keep contributing money, there's one I was listening say, I'm giving 500,000, I'm giving $500, I'm giving $1,000. You are contributing to the death of our people. You are contributing to the killing going on in our land. Stop it. We are saying we want to do this in an organized manner. Political party has become a sin in our land. Why? Because it's a channel through which caliphate comes to our land to steal our resources, steal our people, destroy our things, and are following the Fulani INEC. These things happen in your mind. You saw it. You see it. You're part of it. So what has been happening for forever. So because they want to sell us out again to Fulani INEC, without first reworking the terms of our existence, we say we don't want them in our land. But there's a way it has to be done. You will be in organization, you will organize yourself and speak in one voice and say, hey, stop. Go. Move back. Like a mature person. It's like I'm in my house. Somebody is coming to my house to mess up. It's my house. It belongs to me. I pay for it. I will come to the door and say, hello. Can you move back? Dress back. I won't go to my room and jump. They're coming up. No, I won't do that because the house belongs to me illegally. It's my land. It's my house. You can see what they're doing. The Fulanis have now brought Amechi from the dead to become their chief broom carrier. Yes. You know, it's witches and wizards that carry broom. So they want to bring Amechi to come and carry broom in our land. The northern governors who deserted Goodluck and PDP and entered APC to bring Buhari, they are now going back to PDP to work with Atiku. Who is Atiku? Another Fulani man who inherited late Yaradua Senior, the senior, his estate. It's called Intel in Port Harcourt. This money we are talking about, this estate we are talking about, is in the tune of $300 million. So we're not talking about small money. Abiku or Atiku is the one that inherited it. And Atiku has tentacles everywhere to drag our people back to Fulani election. Those in IPOB, remember, no election, no signature. Or what is that thing they do? Sign and deliver. Sign, delivered, and
Still signed and delivered.
Signed and delivered. Is this Abiku, this Atiku, that gave them the money to come and lie?
What? Everything.
Yes. So they brought him again to come and do that. So now they're moving so that they will drag us into it. Another thing, they know that Amechi is very greedy. He's greedy enough to be loyal to the people that are killing these people. This is Amechi, so the resources of River State to sponsor Buhari and his colonization agenda. What baffles me is that this Amechi is not from a community. Why is it that his brothers and villagers are not calling him to ask him questions? You see, these people, because we tell you that what the Fulanis are doing is very calculated. Either way, either APC or PDP, they want to ensure that Nigeria is kept together to the detriment of the owners of the land.
Yep.
So why is it that the people like Amechi His people are not calling him to ask him questions. Are we talking about Tifunibu supporters? The Tifunibu supporters that were in APC have now moved into PDP because they want to support Atiku. Why Tifunibu goes to London for medical checkup the 20th time? Because Tifunibu and Buhari, they have apartments in London hospital where every minute they will go to rest. Yes. Why do our people think it's okay to live like this? Why? For years, these people opened up outlets to transfer Nigerian money into the hands of Fulanis while they're getting set for this jihad. This takeover, this land grabbing, it's not something they did overnight. They had strategy that they worked with. You see, the owner of NASCO in Jos is one of those outlets. You see, Dangote, that's one of those outlets. And you know what? Obasanjo helped to build up Dangote. Obasanjo brought down Ibeto to put in Dangote and built him up to where he is today. Now he's the richest man in Africa. Why Nigerian children are busy trekking through deserts, swimming through Mediterranean Sea, going to Europe and looking for greener pasture? Dangote has emerged the richest man of Africa.
Can you imagine? And the Westerners are promoting it, knowing how he got his money.
No, why would they promote him? He's bringing the money out. Remember, it's to open outlet so that Nigerian money can go out. Now, why would they promote him? That's an outlet. Now, the money has to come to them. And we're saying that this basket, this thing, the Bible will say devourers. You know, as you're putting money in the basket, it's leaking out. The Bible calls it devourers. These devourers, we said that the 68 exclusive list, the 68 items in exclusive list of that your 1999 constitution is what is making all this to work. I'll give you another example. You see, there's limestone in Middle Belt, in Benue. The license to mine it is in the hand of federal government. And who is in charge of federal government? The Fulanis. Now, Fulani man has built cement factory in Sokoto. Sokoto, not in Benue, in Sokoto. Now, look at oil and gas again. Oil and gas is in South-South. But they do not have the license to do anything about it. It's in the hand of Fulani federal government. And who has the money, the license to build refinery? Dangote. Why they sabotage all the old refineries in the south? They give Dangote or Gangote the right to go and build refinery. So that when he's done, you and I will begin to buy that fuel at cutthroat price. Yeah, these are the dead among the living.
He looks like he's coming from his gravesite. Like, I mean, isn't this like somebody coming from a gravesite? I mean, how else would you describe this?
Yeah, of course, that's what it is now. Our people, are they understanding it? Are they understanding that these are the men killing us because they are dead and they want all of us to die as well? All this evil are going on while our governors and senators watch. Abaribe will say, I'm not part of the government too. Yet he was voted to be part of the government to represent us. But he says he's not part. So we're saying it's time to begin to hold them accountable. To hold somebody that was voted to go and represent us, say people should hold him accountable. Our governors and senators should stop watching while evil overtakes us. We need to begin to think otherwise. They should not watch evil swallow us while they are busy taking turns on who to go to Sokoto to tie scarf. When they go to Sokoto, they sit on the floor. They tie them evil scarf, the witches and wizards scarf. If you want to represent us, you better be on our side. I'll give you another example. Guns and bullets are in the hands of Fulani federal government. How to use it is also in their hand through police and army.
Mhm.
In their hands. And how do you expect your governors to protect the people where these things are in their hands? Dangote does not go through customs at the ports in Lagos. He does not pay tax either. But he brings in goods that will compete with the goods that you Nigerians are bringing in. You that pay taxes and pay custom duties. How can you tolerate this evil one more day, let alone a whole year? Are we talking about maritime? Are we talking about navy they built in Kano? Are we talking about dry seaport in Kaduna? While Amechi is connecting northern Nigeria to Niger, he does not think that Akwa Ibom and rivers need to be connected to Lagos to boost their economy. Does not think so. All roads connecting state capitals in southeast, south that will help us to move goods and services are in the hands of Fulani federal government. Which means that for those lands, those roads to be built, they will have to wait for the brain-dead Fulani elites to give permission for that to happen. Meanwhile, state roads, the governors have to go into bushes and into forests trying to construct roads for the people to pass. It makes it more difficult, it makes it more expensive, and then the people will turn around and start blaming their governors for not working. I'm not saying that they're working, but I'm not telling you, showing you all these bottlenecks everywhere right there that this 1999 constitution have put in place. You can go to the road of Enugu-Onitsha road. At a time, that express road was supposed to be a dual carriage. At a time, one side was full of forests and different wild animals living there. On the express road, though, there's supposed to be dual carriage. They're saying you can't do this anymore. You can't do this anymore. You need to be part of this change that we are preaching, not Buhari's change, because the change that Buhari talked about was not change, it was change. What we are preaching is that you can be a change agent. Join Nena's movement. Listen to our brother talk to you again. Thank you.
None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it, or you're too cowardly to speak it, because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Yep. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals is here. Are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children, and we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here. But your disunity won't allow you to pull it. It's your fault. And you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility.
In all of this, basically, we have to hold ourselves accountable. Just rightfully, like the topic said, it is time for us to hold ourselves accountable. There is no reason we should be in this mess. There is no reason we should be promoting British enterprise called Nigeria. There is no reason we should allow somebody called President Boo Boo to come out with Boo Boo in his butt and be parading on our platform.
Let's call us prepare to call while you talk. Sorry, I said while you talk, let's call us begin to prepare.
Oh, okay. So it actually is time to call in, it's just like some of these things is heartbreaking to watch because we know how easy it is for us to get where we're going. It's like we are holding ourselves hostage. And we keep giving an example with someone who maybe has been in a locked up house. What you did not know is that the criminal holding you hostage opened the door 10 years ago and left, and you're still in there thinking that the door is locked when it's unlocked. Nina's LNC/Nina's has done the job for you. All you have to do is to key in. Even more lower or more, what's the guy's name again? More low or whatever his name is. He is not even acknowledging.
More you can call him Molwe.
So, even him is acknowledging that is the constitution. And they will come out. Don't worry, they will be coming out one by one to say the truth. But are you listening? Are you understanding? Are you believing? Because another thing is believing in yourself, believing that we can do this work, believing that you have the power to be that change agent. It's not that difficult. The work has been done. We were even thinking about where can we start to do this self-determination work, not knowing that our brother Tony went 21 years ago to start the work for us. Can we give him a helping hand and bring this to fruition? How can we leave something of this monument on one person or one group of people? Few people doing this for us. Our sister Utumba, she's been there from day one. They are pushing and pushing, and then the people they are pushing for are busy giving to criminals, busy giving to their fake pastors, sending money to Rome to fund things in Italy when we need our own Rome in our villages. Can we get it right, people? It's not even that difficult. It's not. Do you know that if we have a home that we are proud of, it will make you can sleep well at night. For those of you that have sleep insomnia, sleep problems, you will be able to sleep well at night. All you have to do is to join hands, whether you're using your time, your resources, or your treasure. There is something that you can do. We have broken it down for you. 3 things that you can do to promote this movement. So that if your village people understand it, your kinsmen understand it, or should I say your family, then your kinsmen, and then your village, and then your city and your town, we will stop these people from making fool of us and using our money for their own gain. I ran into a young guy, a nephew of a former governor. Hey, this young boy with his Rasta self told me he's going to be the president. He's only a high schooler. He said he's going to run for governor through his uncle when he finished. 1 minute that I met him, because they believe in criminality. So the phone number to call is +17743380942, +17743380942. Our brother Obiedo, he's so funny. He said that this guy is smoking his mouth is dry or something. That was so funny. He's referring to the Moolua guy, whatever his name is. So it's time to come in and give your contribution. If not, we have the question of the week ready, and we are ready to give out the card, the 1,000 Naira recharge cards today. So, but you can call in. We made it easy today, but come next time, it's going to get a little bit difficult. We want to make sure people are actually paying attention. Especially, it's only for those back home. So if you're in diaspora, don't even waste your time. Don't call us. We are not giving it to you. We are giving it to only those with Nigeria, African number, really. Or should I say Nigerian number? I don't know if the card in Nigeria will work in other African countries. So this is the time to call in if you want to give any contribution. If not, you're muted. Are you saying
Sorry.
something? You're muted. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say something. I'll say that Ralph Tony is on the phone here.
Okay.
He wants to contribute to the program.
Sure.
Go ahead, please, Tony.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Am I coming through?
Is it okay?
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I just wanted our listeners to be updated on where things are as at now.
Okay.
What is going on, if you listen carefully to Kingsley Moghalu, all the parties are now, realigning their campaign to pretend that they agree with us and that they are going to carry out that reconstruction of the union if they win. We've been going through that round of those same deceits from 2007 campaign of Buhari. He was part of the Pronaco conference, and he came back to us after Pronaco to say that if we were to support him to become president, he will carry out these fundamental changes in which people will be voting a referendum to rework the basis of our relationships. Of course, he did not win 2007, 2011, and then by 2015, they had moved one more step to put it in their manifesto, the reconstruction. And when you hear restructuring is like reconstruction, which starts with the demolition of old structure. We have defined in detail what restructuring means from the perspective of the self-determination collective. And so even the prank of saying, it's restructuring we want to do, it is in 2 stages, like you saw in our 5-point proposition at the constitutional force majeure.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 stages mean in the first stage, those who will federate, those who will form any kind of union, will have to commit to union. Because the collapse of the Constitution, the 1999 Constitution, the reason we have faced it so, unrelentingly, is that the collapse of that Constitution is the end of the Union of 1914. Anybody who doesn't understand that may suffer from it. And therefore, there will be, once that Constitution collapses, there will be no union. And the only business to do is to determine what we do with our sovereignties. So we're actually working from the point of having recovered our union, from the point of our sovereignties, rather, from the point of the collapse of that constitution. And so we are so very far ahead of the enemy in this. The only thing still sustaining them is our people who are not listening. They do not understand why we put in these 22 years to bring them to that situation where they are not going to be depending on anybody agreeing with them before they get back their sovereignty. They are not going to be depending on anybody that will make it happen. Where we are is that I'm sure many of us saw the video of the meeting in Abuja where Obasanjo, who helped them impose this constitution in 1979 and reinforced it in 1999, was meeting with the Sultan and Gumi and all kinds of other people. They accept the communique from that meeting. In the communique from that meeting, they accept that the constitution is the problem that has to be solved. They accept that the agitations in Nigeria are all flowing from the rejection of that constitution across the land. They are urging the Buhari, who, by the way, had a hand in the setting up of that meeting. I happen to have been invited in writing to that meeting, but we found out a few things, and it was the decision of Ninas not to go to be available in some corner. When the government is ready to talk, they will come in the open and not pass through Obasanjo and Sultan and all kinds of people in between. And so I'm reporting from the background information of why they called the meeting, the backbone of the caliphate has been broken. That is why the Sultan was in that meeting. And if in their communique, they now accept that the constitution is bad, beyond redemption. They now accept that the agitations are flowing from that rejection of that constitution. They now ask that those who are in agitation should no longer be criminalized by government, rather that the government must call a meeting of, what they call a reconciliation conference to rework the union, the terms of the union. And that if that meeting is not called urgently, that the union will collapse. They actually use the word collapse. If you go back to our 5-point proposition in this force majeure, you will see that they have accepted everything we said there. The only thing they tried to do differently was that they were trying to craft a role for the National Assembly. But of course, they are not going to be able to do that. And so, I'm just reporting to us that the backbone of the villa is broken. The backbone of the caliphate is broken as far as that constitution is concerned. You then saw the other video that came from Chatham House.
Yes.
Chatham House is the proxy for Buckingham Palace as far as the affairs of Nigeria is concerned. You listen to that video, you also see that they were saying the same thing as the meeting of Abuja. They now accept that there's a problem that needs to be solved and that it has to do with the constitutional arrangement and that our democracy, or whatever we say we think we're doing now, is going to collapse on our head if we don't go back to reworking the terms of the union to the accommodation of all. And so, if the caliphate, if the backbone of the caliphate is broken, the backbone of the villa is broken, the backbone of Buckingham Palace is broken. On account of the onslaught we have mounted against that constitution, that is the cage holding us in the union. That's the cage holding the Yoruba. That's the cage holding the Ijaw. We saw the Ijaw coming out the other day to say that that constitution is no longer acceptable to them because they now realize that their oil and gas is held down by virtue of that constitution. Now, with all of this on our side, what they are doing, I'm sure we also saw the video of Hakeem Baba Ahmed, where he was trying to market the election of 2023 as a necessity for all of us so that we can get rid of Buhari. They are all himself and Utomi and all of those who are talking about Maker Party, aside from APDP and APC, they are presenting themselves as the ones who do the business if they win. Again, I can report to us authoritatively that the only thing they're trying to do is to deceive us into thinking that we must go to that election to survive. Otherwise, Buhari will kill all of us. The caliphate has lost all options of being able to retain this constitution and the union. And therefore, it is only in taking us to that election in 2023 that they're going to be able to save anything at all. And if our people will listen to us now and do just what we asked them to do, we've not asked them to go to buy guns yet. We've not asked them to go and get our more tanks. We're only telling them, stand up where you are. Tell the political parties and the political merchants operating in your area that you can't go to this renewal of the life of that constitution with them in 2023 under this constitution. If we do that in this first quarter, we're in January today, we have February, we have March. If we do just that, all the other cards in the hands of that caliphate are bad. That constitution will go down. And these actors they've sent out, the Mogalus of this world, and all the other people who are now coming to tell us, come with us, it shall be better. They are Tiku, that the North is doing exactly what they did in 2015 against Jonathan. Everybody is rallying. They've gone Nicodemusly back to PDP. They are going to give an empty shell of a ticket to your Amechi. So you would think that there's a contest. Amechi the Igbo, Amechi the Southerner, Amechi the South-South, APC the ruling party. You would think that there's a contest. But they are the ones you will all forget that it is Fulani that is printing the PVC they will give out. It is the Fulani that know where they want to go. You saw their governor the other day lamenting that if power should slip out of their hand at this time, that they will be thrown out of the union. That's their fear. And so they go to get an article that had pretended about this matter before. I can tell all of us listening now. And in the coming days, we go back to national TV in Nigeria to say it again. In 2016, Atiku was thinking of how to get the ticket to go and contest under the same pretense of being the champion of restructuring.
Nosh.
We engaged him. 9 persons from across the south and middle belt. It fell on me to lead that presentation, eyeball to eyeball. By the time we finished that interrogation, Atiku wanted a written script from what had been explained as a restructuring that had to happen. And he agreed with us because I raised the issue. He agreed with us that it had to be done before the next election. In fact, he said Nigeria will collapse if it's not done. And I told him before I went to write down because he said, Tony, please, just as you have explained it now, because everybody is saying they don't know how it can be done. It appears you guys have done some more work. Please, this is 3-4 pages. Before now, Buhari had done the same thing of coming to say, we will go, we will win, we do it. Bakare had come to do the same thing, taking what we have to go to try to get power with it. If you do the same, even if you win that election, you will have us to contend with. Say, no, that is it not when Nigeria is in place that will be contesting the election? Long and short of it is that, having said all that, we now wrote that thing, came back to another meeting, reviewed it all through, because we wanted to get that reconstruction done before another election. Lo and behold, the moment that the document got to him, that was the end of all that meeting and communication.
Criminals.
He took the materials given to him to now go and write a book on restructuring and began to present himself all over the world. That was how he got the PDP ticket. And I whispered to the leaders of the party, including, let me not call names, at the highest levels. I whispered to them that this is what has happened. Atiku does not believe in the restructuring, in the reconstruction that may return anybody's sovereignty to them.
What would he believe?
What he's talking about begins and ends with the National Assembly. And we had explained it to him, which was why he didn't come back to us. The first call I got from his circle was the day after the convention in Port Harcourt, when he had deceived the PDP into giving him the ticket, in the belief that the overwhelming demand for restructuring will give him victory. The next morning, I was woken up with a call from New York. Somebody from him say, Tony, now we are all ready. We have been instructed to set up a committee of how the restructuring will be done. You come and head it and all of that. I asked him whether his principal had told him that there had been any discussion on this. And that if he hasn't, let him call his principal and then call me back. He never returned, he never called back because, of course, his principal must have told him that I said to him in 2016 that if he used the material I gave to him on this subject matter to go to get power in terms of getting tickets from any party to contest and win, that I already know he is not committed to anything outside the Fulani interest. Atiku is Fulani through and through. And if I hadn't engaged him, I would be wondering whether he was ignorant or he was anything else. I can tell us authoritatively that he is not at all interested in solving the problem in the manner that can solve it for us. He's still thinking of something that goes to National Assembly that is under their own control. He hasn't changed. And so all of them who are coming to pretend in one form or the other that they agree with us, but only after the election will they do. I can tell us that they are criminals.
Yes.
But I can also report to us happily that we're in a better position to prevail by preventing them from getting to that election because there are so many dangers ahead. the ones who are conducting the election can actually delay the election and assume emergency powers. The reason I'm making this call now is that our people are still counting everything as an election that will produce one winner or the other. I'm sure we remember when Malami wrote a memo that was leaked. The memo in which was advising Buhari to suspend the constitution. The people who are dealing with the caliphate, they have all kinds of options. They can actually pretend they are going to election with all of us and delay the election and assume martial powers that will suspend the constitution, keep the union intact, and allow them the opportunity to use the guns they have to properly conquer all of us in the name of managing the crisis they create. That is an option to them, open to them. And there's a section in the constitution that allows them. If anybody wants to verify, go and check section 135 and see what is possible. That's where the people are going now. That's one of the games they can play. The other game they are playing, which you have already seen, is to put the ticket that will win in the hands of one of them. And then bring somebody from apart to pretend that there's a contest. So if they win the election, what are you going to say? That constitution will survive, and all of what they're telling about to remain in place, and the winner will have to swear. That's assuming they want to even get as far as election. Atiku will swear to defend and uphold that constitution. 36 states will remain. Same as the four local government areas will remain. What is it called? It's a state that sees all your assets. And so our task is to play the advantage we have now. By preventing that if we match by any means, and when any means, it's a choice life and death. If we manage by any means to stop them from election to election on our own terms, not on the terms they orchestrate, because they will need to come to the second half of the to that plan. We have the field of 5 months open to ourselves to get ahead of them. Prevent the election from getting started at all. They have no other card to play. They will have to surrender or be defeated comprehensively from what will happen from that point. But if people are refusing to listen, because they are unable to reason, unable to have the discipline to listen. If people refuse to listen and they think there's some other way to go, waving flag and jumping all over the place, or going to say it is their turn to be president in an election that Fulani that is following for life will conduct. They are just validating the journey to the election, and that is the opposite of this campaign. Anything that happens to us will be because we allow them. We are in a position to stop because they are our own people. Look at what the Yoruba are doing. What are our own people doing? What are we doing right now to save ourselves from death? People are divided between those who are chasing the Biafra that have no definition because of map, and the ones who say it's account to the president. None of the two has any plan that can prevail. They have a plan that is going well everywhere else, but in Igbo land. And we can already see the kind of things coming out from the two plans. The Biafra they are pursuing, we see where it is today. The Nigeria of presidency they are pursuing, we see where it is today. Yet, they are not willing to listen. But the final thing is that there is good news. And that's the second big reason I said, let me alert us as to the dangers ahead and the good news of where we can, the surety, the assurance that will prevail. Here's that good news. I'm sure some of us know a bit about statistics. Right now, 100% of Nigeria from all the parts, agree that constitution is bad beyond redemption, including the Caliphate, including the Villa, including the South and Middle Belt. That's 100%. But of that 100%, only 90% agree with us that constitution has to change, not any form of amendment, completely. So we're down to 90%. Some 10% are still thinking about patching one part. Then we go to the third question. Of the 90% that agree on 2 items, that the constitution is bad, that it has to change, we have 2/3 only that agree with us that the National Assembly is not the one to do the change. Yes, we are down to 60% from the 90. The other 30% that they want to change the National Assembly as the ones that will do the business. They agree with us that the document is bad. They agree with us it has to change. And they are thinking National Assembly should do it. And we have only 60% that agree on all the 3. That the document is bad, the document has to change, and the National Assembly should not be the one to do it. Now, of that 60%, the one that is now an emergency is that 2/3 of that 60% are thinking, some out of ignorance, others out of greed and levity. Some are saying, oh, the election is so close. Let us go and do election first and then come back. They agree with us completely, but they think they have to go to election first before we come back to this discussion. And that is 2/3 of that 60%. So we are down to 20% that agree on all 4. That the document is bad, the document has to change, the National Assembly cannot be the one to do it, and that we have to do it before we go to election. So you have 20% on the side of 4/4, but you have 80% combination of reasons still heading towards election. Therefore, what will happen to them is that whatever happens to election in terms of something that now becomes reason why election cannot go on, and there is a whole number of things that are building up. What will happen is that all of those who already agree with us, those 90% that agree that the document is bad, the National Assembly is not the one to do it, and I will have to deal with it, by ourselves. They will all be, it will be a fait accompli of a situation, and they will have to come back to what they already agreed upon. That is that the document has to be changed completely, and that is not the National Assembly that will do it. They won't be arguing with us at that point whether we should go to election, and because it will be something that happens that will then compel them. I'm hinting us so that we can get ready to receive that multitude, because more than 2/3 of them, more than 2/3 of those who were in that 80% that was going towards election out of a combination of reasons, more than 2/3 of them will come back to that 20% and will be no less than 75% that agree on all the 4. That the document is bad, that the document will have to change, the National Assembly is not the one to do it, and that we must do it before we proceed to any other election. That is what is coming.
Yeah.
Those who wish to argue, continue to argue. Those who want to partake of it, so that we go to the transition during which referendums will happen to determine whether we are in union with anybody or want to give ourselves. I think I have to leave it
Okay.
there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So, viewers, we have an assignment. Ratoni has broken down our assignment down. Our target is the election. Like I told you, somebody came with bus, driving in your neighborhood, cutting heads and putting inside. I said, we are not telling you to boycott the bus. We are saying, come out in mass and stop the bus. If you want to enter inside the bus, enter, get the driver out of the seat, get the bus, put it away from your neighborhood. It is your responsibility. That's what we're saying. You listening to me. For those that are saying, when I win having referendum, stop being stupid. At least not on the platform here. Because this platform, we don't tolerate stupid people. If you come stupid and you're ready to learn, fine, we embrace you. But if you come here and you're supposed to embrace truth and knowledge and you're displaying your stupidity, you do not want you on this platform. Please, 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 you don't have time to waste. We want to address especially those that are running around with this their Biafra stuff. The new one now, they have introduced Juju. Now they have brought a Juju master inside their midst to start killing them. As if the Fulani military is killing is not enough. They want to now bring Juju to kill themselves. And we appeal to especially the women, the mothers, the ones that call themselves women. Can you stop being stupid? Because women are not meant to be stupid. If in a home, a wife is stupid, everybody will collapse. Because even if the man is crazy and the mother of the children is able to still gather her children together, there will be hope for that family. But in a place where the mother of the children runs stupid, along with the man, I don't know what to do with the children. It's trouble. Please, our women, you cannot afford to be stupid at this critical moment. You need to use your brain, because where we are is brain work. You say we don't want to do all the things that jeopardize our children. And you go there, they will bring war to your neighborhood and start killing you. It's as if we are bringing clean water. Ninas is bringing clean water. And you people are pouring shit water inside it and diluting it, messing it up and getting it contaminated for the children. Please, stop. Politicians, stop. Fake freedom fighters, stop. We don't want anarchy. We want to do this in a very organized way. If you can stop the 2020, the move, the 2023 election, stopping the move, not waiting to boycott it, stopping the move. Why are you stopping it? Because the constitution they will use to rule you after it will only finalize your death. That is why we're saying you need to stop it, so that we can rework our constitution, we can reconstruct. We're not saying getting a new constitution, no. We can reconstruct our existence. How everything, the local government, the states, everything will be reworked. Everything, everything. Not just bringing one, amending one, no. Everything. We are starting again from the basic. We are starting again. We need to begin again. After that, you can start your voting process and whatever you want to do. Thank you so much. Please go ahead, Sister Luna.
My dear, do they even have a choice at this point in time? If you don't do the needful, you have yourself to blame. The good news about what we're doing is that time is on our own side here, because we're in a comfortable zone. And every day we live for our people, every day we cry for our people, every day we want more for our people. And we're looking for change agents. Those that say they want to have, mercy on what is going on, those that want to gain some knowledge, because we don't want arrogantly ignorant fools to be speaking. Again, it's okay to be quiet if you don't know what the issues are. Close your mouth, open your mind and listen so you can understand. So when you speak with evidence. So when you speak authoritatively and you can back it up. Not just to speak because you want to, that's not good enough anymore. So if you are a change agent, if you are the one that wants to carry this baton of self-determination of us, removing this so-called 1999 military decree that we know has nothing for us but death and backwardness and just name it. Anything negative is totally associated with this military decree. And we cannot let the lives of Mo and Atiku. We are in the other camp when Atiku came and deceived us. I know how much I spent for them to make folders to say no election when we didn't know what we are doing, no election in our land, only for one person to use it to collect resources for himself. We can do better, people. And what we're saying is don't make the same mistake that we make. The protocols are here, or the strategies are here. The LNC and NINAS has done the job. All we have to do, understand the material, and then we take it up, and then we're done. Some people keep saying, oh, why don't we have presidents here? No, this is for you to understand. The criminal Britain is still doing business on my behalf without my consent. What do I need to do about it? How do I need to stop it? The only way we'll take our sovereignty back is by going through this process. If not, if you vote for Atiku, they deceive you with Amechi, the one that will go and sign contract in Chinese on your behalf. I know we're not even talking about the money that we owe all over the world because of these ignorant fools. If we are too hungry to understand what we are in the midst of, then that means that we are marked for death, and then we will die at the end of the day. But it doesn't have to be that way. That is the alternative. It does not have to be that way. God has given us that. He has given us that help that we so dearly needed. So our question of the week is, what is the meaning of NINAS? the first person to text it on to that WhatsApp number +1 774 3380942 is the same number that we always post on our platform. The first person to post it there, the answer there will get a 1,000 naira phone charge, recharge card, I think it's called. 1,000 naira recharge card sent to your phone. So all we'll need is your phone number and the person will send you the code. So the first person to give us the answer to what is the meaning of Ninas will get that we get that code sent to their phone. The only thing that we ask is that, you know, we can use your information if you get our card, because we want people to know that we're actually doing this. We want people to know that we're actually giving out numbers. So we'll be posting the winning numbers on our program as we go, just to show proof. Okay. Yep. So what is the meaning of Ninas? If you know the answer, just text it to that number, to that WhatsApp number, and your
the pin. Okay, because it was not showing complete.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay, let me go back.
Yeah.
Wasn't sure. What wasn't showing? So
yeah, the pin, like the down part of it, because we pinned a comment. The comment pin was covering it. I'm sure they saw it or heard.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So let me remove this so you can see. I know this happens all the time where you think people are seeing and they're not. So let me remove the comments so that you can.
Yeah, the comment is done. If you just go back a little bit.
Go back a little bit. Okay.
Okay. So people, the ball is on your court. It's time to do what you need to do. We want you to be sensible. We don't want all those type of movements where people just move like a headless millipede. No. We want your head to be on your shoulder. You think with us as we're moving. Because we don't want to set up a jungle after Nigeria. No. We don't want a jungle. We want a nation that you'll be proud of. And you need to be part of the process. That's why we come here to educate you so that you'll be part of the process. We will move, whether you join or you don't join, but we need you to be part of the process because we want informed citizens in the new nations or nation we're going to. It's showing the number. Okay, yeah. All right. So we can go.
Is it showing the question?
Say no, that's a question of the week. Oh, we need the next details. Okay.
What about now?
Yeah, it's showing the number and the question. Yeah. It's
all right.
Okay.
So anyway, so here it is. It says what is Ninas and the phone number as well as our website. So visit. Also, we encourage you to visit ninasvoice.org. It's a good place to begin this journey if you're new. If you want to understand what the process is, we have all the information listed on that website. And for some reason you don't like to read, you just want somebody to give you a quick rundown of what it looks like and where you need to go. Always the same number, +1 774 338 0942. Give us a call and we will take care of it for you. We will make sure that you understand what the process is so we can move. We need to.
Yes, Samuna, sorry, just let me add a little bit. For the talking about people that cannot read or people have problems, or have dyslexia, generally in Africa, we have made an audio. Our sister helped us to make an audio for Aladima documents because that Aladima document is a summary of all that we're going through, the diagnosis, the treatment plan. So she made it into audio. Please look out for that audio. We shared some in our WhatsApp group. Those that can convert it to any form you want to convert it, please convert it and share it to our people. It's a summary of everything that we're saying, trying to do, so that you can follow. For those that cannot read and not able to read, please, we have it at heart because we know our people are intelligent. They just don't have this information, and that's why you help us to spread this information, to do it in CDs, go and play it in villages. Like we told the how Fulanis did their own. They were putting radio while they're inside bush carrying cows, and they were talking to their people. So do the same thing. Be part of the enlightenment campaign. Be part of the mobilization campaign, because work is going on, but our people need to know what is going on, and they will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So we'll see you all next week. Again, you still have, I don't know, whatever, the end of the day to submit your answer to that question, and then we'll go from there. So we will see you guys next week. Thanks.
Bye.
The system here is not behaving well today. Okay. And bye, guys.
Good morning, our people. We're here once again to converse with you, discuss, talk about things that will, at the end of the day, make our lives better. That's all this is all about. We are not here for to be the face of your pain or whatever. We are here to be the face of your solutions, solutions to issues. We are ready to go home. We want more for our people. We cannot continue to sit in a place that is already built for us when our land still needs building. So our goal is for everyone to be on board, for everyone to understand what we're doing, where we're going, so that we can get home and get home soon and start doing the work. Getting the self-determination is one thing, but we haven't even talked about building the nation. So you can see that we are running out of time. We are desperate. We're not getting any younger. Don't let this picture that you're seeing online deceive you. And when you get up in the morning, your bone lets you know that you're not young. You can't spring out of the bed anymore. So time is of essence. And we are hoping that today the show will be impactful. It is life-changing. And once again, we are looking for change agents or ambassadors of change. We need people to come on board and want more. And that's what this entails. Do that spirit of wanting more, wanting a change, hunger for change. If you are one of those things, then you're a change agent. Come on board so we can get this work done and get to our destination. My name is Machin Saga, and today is January 22nd of 2022. And I will allow my sister to introduce herself.
Thank you very much. Thank you, our viewers. Once again, we say please help us to share, subscribe, like. Those on YouTube, there's a bell there, and hit it so that when a new video is uploaded, you will be the first to be notified. We are a team in this work. Like my sister said, we are ambassadors of change. We're here to change things. We are not ready to accept the status quo. We want things to be done differently, and we believe that we can do it. So please be part of us. Encourage others to join so that we can move forward. My name once again is Dr. A.P. Simon Okude. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Food for thought as we proceed. The consequences of lies and dishonesty are not only that they break down and create new social networks, they also produce fraudsters. They ruin workplace and business relationships. They make other people to be more creative and influence them on how to tell lies more often. They cause anxiety because truth is easier to remember. You see, with time, everyone becomes dishonest, including elders that should know better. At the end of the day, the entire society is ruined, to the extent that people are unable to differentiate truth from lies. According to recent literature reviews, dishonesty and constant lying increase stress hormones and can lead to a lot of negative health outcomes, including high blood pressure and other heart and vascular complications. Please, my people, Welcome to this platform that teaches you and upholds truth and encourages honesty in every human endeavor. Because you know what? Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards. Thank you very much.
Maybe you can say that again. Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards, and it's not doing you any favor. How can a group of people that want to get to a destination fast be playing with lies? Does that even make sense? No, it does not. So come on board, be a change agent. Let's start all over. Let's do this thing the right way. We have wasted enormous time doing the wrong thing, lying to ourselves, photoshopping, pretending, shouting, crying, even praying 7 times a day and fasting during the week and all kinds of stuff, and nothing works. So time has come for us to do the right thing. And it's not that hard. It's not that hard. So all you have to do is to come up and be part of us, and we're going faster. So help us to share. As you can see, so it looks like something is blocking something. Like I keep saying, between my husband and children, at least 6 people should be on here, but it's saying 4. So I don't know who is blocking, if it's Facebook or if it's, what is it called? If it's Facebook or it's YouTube. I don't know who is blocking what. But anyway, help us to share today's show. Okay. Okay, give me 1 minute just to share real quick, and then we'll come back in. I'm almost done, a few more minutes. All right, so I will go ahead and start, and then we'll see how that goes. As you all know, today our brother Tony is with the Yoruba Nation, having similar talk on Ninas, because all we want to do is for people to understand the process. If you understand the process, then it's a game changer. We are done. We are done with dead people coming from their graveside to be our president. We are done with the same group of cabals waking up and deciding that they will rule us from the time they are 29 years of age to the time they are 100 years of age. It will be over. And it's also even heartbreaking to watch our young ones continue to be part of the campaign group for these people that we know evidence is there that they have held us hostage. And our people are so confused about what is doing them, like my sister will always say, that they are there actually campaigning, sharing cars, charge cars, and what's not for these politicians. And I think it's only stemming from the fact that we don't know what we need. We don't know what it takes. And that's where the education comes in. So we're here every Saturday to educate our people on what is needed to stop this recklessness, to stop this political recklessness that we know will never take us anywhere, but instead it will renew our enslavement with the failed defunct federation called Nigeria. So that goes well with our topic today that says stop this political recklessness and embrace a Nina's proposition for good governance. Because it's a no-brainer. If this thing is done, what it will do is to take power away from the criminals in charge right now and put it in the hands of people that we will elect to lead us. Because we do need leaders. Somebody will have to lead. But it's not this group of wolves that we know for sure don't care about us. So what is governance? Governance is the existence of economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs at all levels. It comprises the mechanism or mechanisms, processes, and institutions through which citizens and groups articulate their interests, exercise their legal rights, meet their obligation, and mediate their differences. And then on the other hand, when you look at good governance, it's an approach to government that is committed to creating a system founded in justice and peace that protects individual human rights and civil liberties. The United Nations even understood the importance of this good governance, and they identified 8 factors that can be used as a measure. The first one is participation, right? So there are 8 of them. So the first one is participation, which requires that all groups, particularly those that are most vulnerable, have direct representative access to the system of government. We know in the defunct federation that we do not have that. The second one is the rule of law, which is exemplified by impartial legal systems that protect human rights and civil liberties of all citizens, particularly minorities. This is indicated by the independent judicial branch and a police force free from corruption. We know we don't have that in the defunct federation. And then the third one is transparency, meaning that the citizens understand and have access to the means and manner in which decisions are made. Ooh, we have never experienced that, especially if they are directly affected by such decisions. That's why you have the likes of Tinubu, the criminal in charge, coming out to be our president. This information must be provided in an understandable and accessible format, typically translated through the media. We know what our media house is doing. They are busy serving our slave masters. The fourth one is responsiveness, which means simply involves the institution response to their stakeholders within a reasonable time or frame. Nobody listens to us. Even when our children came out to demonstrate for things that are not going well in our land, they were killed. And then we're looking at the fifth one, which says consensus oriented. That one is demonstrated by an agenda that seeks to mediate between many different needs, perspective, and expectation of a diverse citizen. Decisions need to be made in a manner that reflects a deep understanding of the historical, cultural, and social context of the community. We have never experienced any of this. So you can see we don't even have a nation. The sixth one is equity and inclusiveness, which again depends on ensuring that all members of the community feel included and empowered to improve or maintain their well-being, especially those individuals and groups that are most vulnerable. That's not for us. And the seventh one is effectiveness and efficiency, developed through the sustainable use of resources to meet the needs of the society. Sustainability in this case refers to both ensuring social investment, carry through, and natural resources which they will maintain for future generations. Not in our lifetime. Last but not least is the accountability, which refers to institutions being ultimately accountable to the people, yeah, right, and one another. This includes government agencies, civil society, and the private sector, all being accountable to one another as well. None of this have ever happened in a nation or the country called Nigeria. So as we can see, none of this ever existed in that union of death called Nigeria. Again, why will it exist when we are marked for death, right? By our colonial masters, they left us there thinking that someone will actually take us out, and to their surprise, we are surviving. And the sad part is that we still have people that are collaborating with our colonizers to keep us down. So the indigenous people trapped within Nigeria cannot achieve good governance under this illicit military 1999 constitution, which only produce venomous parasitic leaders whose sole agenda is to embezzle our collective wealth, plunder, exploit, and again, on top of that, bully our people. So the only feasible solution on the table is the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. understand this. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That proposition is the only thing that will take the power back away from these criminals in power, criminals in charge, that will take the power away from people coming from their grave, dead people. I've seen them on Facebook. Dead men are on our platform asking us to vote for presidency. You can see that you too can be part of this team who wants a better life for our people. Are you the change agent that we are looking for? Are you that ambassador of change that we are looking for? We have to get this work done, because if not, Tinubu will continue to come to be your president. Abubakar, is that his name? Will come out to be your president. Everyone that we know for sure, even people that are not even Nigerians, will come out to be our president. So let's start today by playing our first video so that you can see the depths of the problems that we find ourselves in. Sister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Simona. Thank you, our viewers. Thank you for, you can see that you're sharing, because you can see when people share and like. We appreciate you. Like we said, this work, we're doing it together. So the first video, from this 4 video, what we want you to take out is for you to understand that our political elites, whether Fulani elites, Igbo elites, Yoruba elites, Ijaw elites, those cabals, those elites that call themselves elites, are the reason why Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Elites like Professor Molalo, Professor Tony, they are the ones holding us down, because they have refused to allow this change, this fundamental change that is needed. They want to go and get their own cake, because it's cake time. Whether people are dying, I don't care. Whether people are, they will come and speak big English for us, as if we don't know all these problems and all these solutions already. We're asking you, why is it that after 100 years of existence, we couldn't do these things? Professor Molalo, or whatever you call yourself, you're speaking English. You think we don't know those things, those theories? We know them. We all went to school. We don't even know how your own, these people that bear professor, we don't know the meaning of it. We are saying there is need for a fundamental change. This Nigeria that you're saying cannot be built because there are certain things in the foundation that will not allow it. You can't even smell Aso Rock. You can't go near. You're wasting our time. You cannot get to Aso Rock alive. Is it that they kill you or you don't make it? My problem is not that you're trying. My problem is that you're wasting our time. That's my
Precious time for that man.
Precious time, the time that we do not have. Because we're in a critical moment. This is emergency. People are dying every day. The change that we require is not the one that you wait for 2023 for somebody that wants to gamble with some things that he's not sure about to come again and deceive us. It's not about manifesto. There is a change that needs to happen before we can begin politicking. Listen to this video just for you to understand that other people understand our problem as well. Why is it that you, so-called professors, cannot understand this problem?
And African countries became more and more divided with each election in the 1960s and 70s. So now groups of people were not only divided based on ethnicity, but also separated politically based on where they were born. From the perspective of a politician, this made perfect sense. If you want to win votes, appeal to certain ethnic groups. But from the perspective of the country as a whole, it made the country more difficult to govern over time. And if a candidate decided to appeal to the whole country instead of specific ethnic groups, then they would lose elections. And so, through a natural process, African nations tended to become more divided after independence, all thanks to the social and political systems left behind by their former colonizers. A prominent example of why this went horribly wrong was Rwanda, with the Rwandan genocide, where over 500,000 members of the Tutsi ethnic group were massacred, along with many other crimes against humanity. Once a party got into power, they would try to keep the power for themselves. Many Africans saw democracy as nothing more than a mass of infighting, with opposition parties abusing their power to hinder the greater national interest. Therefore, a single-party system was created in many African nations in the years following independence by crushing the opposition. And in countries with hundreds of different cultures and languages, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to deal with all of them vying for power. By the 1980s, the elites had taken full control over the political system in most African countries. And so, very little changed after independence, with European elites replaced with African elites. And those new elites were concerned that they would be overthrown in a coup. So, how were they going to keep themselves in power? Well, by taking the money intended for economic development and handing them out as salaries to powerful government officials to keep them happy enough that they wouldn't start a rebellion. But whereas colonies had oversight from their European government, who would fire anyone getting too corrupt, the new leaders had no such oversight. And to show just how incompetent some of these governments are, in the Central African Republic, the government didn't even keep proper records of financial transactions. By 1964, Senegal spent 47% of the government budget on the elites, 58% in Ivory Coast, and 65% in Dahomey, now called Benin. And if outsiders wanted access to African resources, all they had to do was bribe government officials to get access. And so African governments and companies started paying money to the African elites to gain access to the resources rich nations needed to run their own economies. As a result, the elites became richer, while the poor became even poorer. So if you're an oil company, all you have to do is bribe government officials and you can extract all the oil that you want. The elites would get a portion of the profits, while the people would see no benefits from resources taken from their own country. This is a system which is still active in many parts of Africa to this day. And if you're a country or company who does not want to give money to corrupt politicians, then there will always be somebody else who is willing to pay. As a result, anyone who thinks morality is more important than those resources will always be outcompeted by the ones who are willing to pay the bribe. Thus, you create a system where world leaders who are willing to pay those bribes will always have an advantage over those who won't pay bribes. And over time, bribes had become the norm in Africa. The Africans were not stupid, of course, and saw what was happening. They would often protest or even start rebellions to stop their own exploitation. But in the 1960s, African countries did not have a strong enough military to keep the peace. So, who did they call upon to restore order? Well,
Colonial
their former
masters.
colonizers. The French and British in particular suppressed rebellions and protests across Africa in exchange for greater access to African resources. For example, in 1962, French troops broke up fighting in what is now called the Republic of Congo and put down a rebellion in Cameroon. The British, meanwhile, suppressed mutinies in Kenya and Tanzania. By 1965, these military interventions became common across Africa. From Algeria to Congo, Benin, the Central African Republic, Upper Volta, Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, all independent countries, and all had European troops stationed there to secure European access to African resources. African nations experienced around 40 successful coups within the first 2 decades after independence, and so Africa gained a reputation for being a very unstable country. So unstable, in fact, that almost nobody wanted to invest in Africa anymore except for their resources. And this highlights another issue. People think of Africa as a single entity, a continent filled with poverty and war. So when someone hears about, for example, Boko Haram in Nigeria, it is often grouped with the rest of Africa as just being another war in a continent filled with war. Yet what most people don't realize is that the area in which they operate is over 1,000 kilometers away from Nigeria's economic centers
Yep.
and has almost no effect on business. They are further away than Amsterdam is from Warsaw. But companies will still refuse to do business in Africa because of this belief. And this creates a cycle. People group Africa together as a poor continent, resulting in less business, which results in Africa staying in poverty. It is for this reason that throughout this video I have used the words most, almost all, or few quite a lot to show that Africa is a diverse area and simply cannot be grouped together in most cases due to this diversity in peoples, landscapes, and cultures. Despite all these issues, some things did improve in Africa. By the 1980s, African politics started to stabilize with fewer coups.
All right, so we'll continue this video. Let's just go ahead and add some more information to this. Sister, go ahead, Lumi.
So, my people, we're saying that even people that are not Africans are following what is going on in Africa and African nations, because these things are not hidden. And that's why we cannot understand why people that call themselves professors cannot grab this information. They are in the open. They are not hidden at all. And in summary, we're saying that the colonial structures in Africa must be dismantled, and in Nigeria specifically, must be dismantled for us to move forward. And Nina's proposition is our own indigenous solution for our local problem and our local disputes. Those that remember the Ayara proposition during the Biafran War, we wanted to solve our internal problems because we knew our problems. We knew that having lost the Federation, that at least because of how we are very diverse. We are diverse nations, cultures, so many things that we will need a confederation. And that was what that proposition was about.
Mm-hmm.
And the colonial masters ruined it, thanks to their stooges. And then rather than that correction, fixing that thing, we went into full-blown war and genocide. At the end, up to 5 million people were killed, which they are not ready to recognize. They will recognize Rwanda genocide. They will recognize Jewish Holocaust. What about Igbo Holocaust? What about Biafra Holocaust? When are you going to recognize it? And this is the problem with all our brothers that like making noise about Biafra. Making noise is not the issue. If you make noise, they will join you to make noise. Some lawyers will even come and join you to get their own money because they can see that you have free money to throw around. So they will come and share the money. But you ask, you have always known the truth. You are a Nigerian lawyer. How come you did not support Ninas to solve this problem? Rather, you will join in the euphemism, the one that is making noise. Let's make noise and collect our money. Rather than joining in solving the problem, giving it a lasting solution. Decolonization is what needs to happen in Africa and in Nigeria. And that is what Nina's proposition is all about. We need our own local solution to our local problem. We don't need foreigners to come and do it for us. We can do it by ourselves. We have brains. We have sense to do these things. Watch again in the next section some of the things he said. Because there are people in Africa that have been speaking and are listening to them. That's why they make some of this comment show for people that you know to know. We're asking, why is it that our own elites are stubborn, deaf, dumb, wicked, stupid, reckless, anything you can call it? Why is it that they've refused to allow this change to happen so that we can move forward? Why do they like dismaying us? Playing games around. Go ahead, please, sister.
It's sad, my sister. It's sad. Even this guy did a very good narration by informing them how the system was set up only to benefit the colonizers. And we're still talking about the same system. They will never set it up for you to be free. They set it up in order to have corrupt officials for them to come in and take resources to build their own nation. You heard the man say it in there. And until we change that whole system, until we totally dismantle, like radicalize that whole system to benefit us, we'll be running in circle. And the political system in Nigeria is one of those ways that the colonial masters will continue to have a stronghold on us. If we don't get rid of whatever that is going on in Nigeria right now by following INA's protocol, then we'll be running, this whole thing will be happening. And the worst part of it is that they will not mind to sit again and watch second Rwanda genocide. They will not mind again to watch another Biafran genocide. They will not mind. As long as their business is flowing, you guys will be fighting war and they will be coming there to pick their resources and fly out. So you see that we can no longer allow our enemies to dictate for us. Time have come. We are so mature. We have come of age to deal with this problem. Why do you guys think God sent us all over the world? For those of you that are still in doubt if I'm able to do this, look at the great work you have done. Whatever you may have found yourselves. You know, we have been everywhere all over the world and we're able to survive. Just with one suitcase into any country, before you know it, we have made a home, we have started a business, we have done it all. So why is it then that we are leaving our destiny in the hands of those representing the colonial masters? You see, going to 2023 election will renew our enslavement. It will continue this paradigm that our colonial masters started before they left. They will continue to serve them until we understand that if we want our power back, and start all over, that is the beginning of good things in our lives. But if we continue to speak English and call ourselves professors and we have 20 microphones in front of our faces, then that means we are not ready to go yet. And the good part about all of these things is that God is not coming down. He's not going to change this because God has a proposal on the table called Nina's proposal. If you think that fasting and praying and going to election will change it for you, then you will be lying to yourself. I will play this next video.
These policies primarily focused on using the strength of Africans themselves, rather than by having policies enforced upon them by the outside world. The African Renaissance can only succeed if its aims and objectives are defined by Africans themselves, if its programs are designed by Africans ourselves, and if we take responsibility for the success or failure of our policies. African countries started to work together more through institutions like the African Union by reducing trade barriers to make trade between African countries easier.
That's what you think.
Investing in stable governments to make sure that you didn't have to worry about a civil war right across your border. And by creating various agencies to cultivate African talents. And these trends have had an effect in the last 3 decades, with some African countries now being the fastest growing economies in the world. And so we arrive in the 21st century, where history is too recent to make any real historical analyses. However, there are some trends worth noting. Africa is still facing many issues. They are the least prepared for climate change, while probably suffering the most under it. 1/3 of all children are malnourished. 1/3 of children don't finish high school. Extremists find it easy to recruit the vast amounts of poor, unemployed young people. Pandemics are common across the continent, with COVID being just one among many, and the economic development of Africa is limited to certain countries. African countries are looking at the economic successes of East Asian countries and are adapting those policies for their own countries. This is resulting in factories, agricultural centers, and tech centers being opened across
agricultural centers owned by other countries, right? You know, and that's what we have to, when our brother earlier said that we have to have aims and objectives that is developed by Africans, run by Africans, shaped by Africans. If not, these people will continue to misconstrue information. Yes, there are businesses in the land, but how many of them are owned by the indigenous peoples? The businesses that we see there are the Indians producing mass phone for their own country. We see Chinese building our airport or railroads, even with Chinese translation on it. So is that really the development that we want?
And we have civil engineers.
We have
And we have
engineers.
civil engineers.
And then we are taking billions and billions of loans that we know very soon that China will now colonize us the second way around. So you see that we don't have time to waste. You see that we cannot continue to play with the political thoughts that call themselves our leaders anymore. You can see that we cannot allow another round of 2023 election to commence upon us, because we know what that means. It's another group of people that will come like President Bubu to collect billions of dollars to repair his toilets, billions of dollars for his son to marry a wife and him becoming whatever they made him. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars that our children, they will never have any way to pay it, because right now our educational status in terms of our children graduating from school is very low. So how are we going to compete with people that are already up here when we are way, way down here? Then we are piling ourselves on top of that, debt on top of our head, on top of, you see that we're not going anywhere. So any more election of 2023 will just do us under, period. There's no other way to do it. It will literally do us under. And that's why we are desperate for people to understand this Nina's proposal. And don't let that rise. Don't let the fakeness of whatever they're doing around there deceive you. That if we can change all of this, and there's nothing the world can do, they're waiting for us to change it.
Exactly.
They're waiting for us to change it. Go ahead, sister.
And you know, the thing is that when our population was small, we could manage these few crumbs from colonial masters and their stooges. But you know what? Now we are over 200 million. So we can't manage these crumbs anymore. And that's why you see more trouble. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves, because when we don't have anything to eat, we start killing and eating ourselves now. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves, or we kill and eat the politicians. Somebody has to be eaten. And this is why we're telling their politicians, soon the people will start eating you. You see, they're eating themselves right now. Don't think that your high walls will protect you. Your high walls will not protect you. Leaving your children abroad will not protect you. The people are eating themselves right now. Go and see what is happening in the land. Soon they will start eating you politicians, because they will understand this thing, that you are the ones holding them down. So they will start cutting you and eating you, using you for barbecue. Embrace Nina's proposition. This proposition is very timely. It's a local solution for local crisis. Government of Nigerians, for Nigerians. It is not by Nigerians, not government of Fulanis and Britain over Nigerians. When it's voting time, they will say the South is minority. And then our people in the South will start going to the North and call them their kingmakers.
Try.
When it's time for federal allocation of resources, they will say South is minority and North will get the lion's share. When it's time for generation and contribution of wealth into the federal purse, North will bring little to the table, while South will carry the entire burden. This is a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop. The kingmakers, who always choose leaders over us, should get ready to generate resources, because music is about to change. When you see this video, these are the real youths. Not Sherima Chetima or Sherima Yedrima or Yerima Chetima, whatever he's calling himself. That is 70 years and saying he's a youth. These are the youths from the North. So that for you to understand that it's not this thing that are painting through media that will help us. It's not the fake rice and granola pyramid that will save them this time around. There's hunger in the land. People should get ready, because that sand that you are putting inside bag and putting on top of that wood and say it's rice pyramid, very soon the people that did not get the rice will eat you. Starting from Bubu to Tifunibu to Osibanjo, to all of you that have refused to allow the people to move forward, they will eat you up. Look at what these children are doing. Then you see, these are Nigerians. This is Buhari's poster. Those that understand Hausa and those that cannot understand Hausa, watch the children and see how they move. See their reaction to ordinary poster. They will begin to understand what they will do to human beings when they see the people. Because hunger is real. It is not a joke. My gosh. Because of time, we can play the next one. But we're using this to show our people real reaction, not adulterated reaction, not stage man reaction, not the one that media, NTA will come and channels will come and paint and show you. Real feelings. These are children. Imagine what these are youths and children. Imagine what their parents will do. Now, this is what their reaction to ordinary poster. Imagine what they would do to the human being. Do you people understand that what you're cooking, you will soon eat it? And Nina's is here to help you so that we get a well-tailored solution. We will fix these things and not go into explosion. This is interview on the street. These are real Nigerians that will tell you how they feel. Listen, for you to see that our campaign is working, it's getting to the grassroots. And when that information goes wrong, I'm telling you, your life cannot sell anymore. Your life has expiry date. And we're here to make sure you get to that expiry date by teaching our people the right thing, by teaching our people truth, and then presenting solutions to them. Please go ahead, Sister Mona.
Supposed to be caught. Is it not that fool that said that he has dismantled the Boko Haram? Now, what do I want to say? It's not a new thing. There are many books that Buhari has brought to Nigeria. Many criminals, we brought them to books, we do this, we do that. You see, there is nothing new in Nigeria. The only solution to this country is referendum. They should not deceive themselves. Nigeria is a dead country. It's a failed nation. Whether they like it or not, if they don't do it in time and they allow Nigeria to restructure itself, they won't like it. All these people that they thought that they are in secure place today, all of them, they will look for a way to run away from this country that will be waiting for them. Go to Lagos now. Go even in this Abuja. Who can walk freely now? How many people can walk freely in federal capital? NSAS. That's a warning. The next one, even UN, that closing their ear and eyes now. They will come, they will call. Nobody will listen to them. Nothing like 2023 election. It's a voodoo. All
something that can make Nigeria to be peaceful before 2023. Let Buhari write his name with golden pen. If it's truly meant for Nigeria, let them call for consult conference or a referendum. Let people speak their mind out, not the election. Who want to be election? Is it this somewhere? Who want to contest? Tinubu, rogue, armed robber, killer. Want to rule this country? I'm a Yoruba man, but I can never support when they come to the issue of Nigeria. Somebody like Tinubu is not worse to become a councillor again, not talk of presidents. Who are those people? Is Buhari going to support Tinubu, or who is the candidate that we have now? And then if anybody comes without the referendum, there can never be peace in this country, because any country that is injustice, there can never be peace. No. Let all the pastor, Adeboye Kumuyi, all of them pray. Let all the imam come together. There can never be peace in this country, or else there is injustice. That's the truth. But God is not. We cannot continue to fool God.
It has been the same old story. Charging and charging and charging. The same old wine in a new bottle. The result will still remain the same. The same rejuvening of the security apparatus. The result will still remain the same. What this country needs is total restructuring. It's total what? Restructuring. Security have to be decentralized. Charging the security chief has been the order of the day since 1998. Has anything changed? Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
Is it the same old story? And it will bring out the same result. What are the results? Killing, burning of houses, destruction of innocent Nigerian properties from north to south. That is the result of the charging. And nothing good will come out of it. Except and until Nigeria restructure, total restructure, political restructure, economic restructure, security restructure. That will be the solution of Nigeria problem.
The insecurity, something to do with joblessness, hungry, and also we have, don't get me wrong, we still have jihadists who are doing this to convert everybody to Christianity. Yes. That's what jihadists who are doing this in the final to convert everything, everybody to Islam. You see, coming to the elections. Electoral bill or the electoral bill. Some elections in Nigeria have not been honored. OBJ during 2003, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. In 2007, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. Buhari himself in 2019, he know that he didn't win the election. He rigged. So how can Nigeria be deceiving themselves? Pastors, lecturers, lawyers, doctors, they say to go and register, go and have their voters card. At the end of the day, somebody who didn't win the election we take charge. Look at Imo State. Look at Ekiti State. For me, Nigeria is going down. I'm sorry.
There's no opportunity in analyzing political situations, the development of the polity, and all those good stuff. So because of that, people don't want to, because our parents charging the service to take actions against the ban. It's something they have done. We have made several pronouncements about it, and we saw the promises he made when he was coming to power. That 2 months after the session, that banditry and Boko Haram will be a thing of the past. But what have we seen? We've seen, instead of a cooperation of banditry activities, Boko Haram activities escalating beyond the point where it was before we came to power. So it's not something one can just really delve into. But I'm looking at the headline.
All right, so we'll stop sharing here. Please help us to continue to share. You can see that Facebook is again at work, doing what it needs to do, because they are part of the colonial masters. They are part of the ones that don't want us to understand what it takes to be, to be an independent nation, true independent nation. So we know what they're doing. So if you want us to overcome this, please continue to help us to share throughout the show. They are blocking this. If I was here now talking, doing all kinds of stuff, they will allot 1 million people. But for the fact that we are talking about what we use to liberate Africans, liberate ourselves, so that we can build our own Facebook and have other people come and use it. That's what this is all about. They want us to continue to while away in ignorance, continue to, act like children when we are adults, continue to call ourselves youth when we are 70. When other youths of 70-year-old in other countries have retired and waiting for their checks to come in the mail so they can go on vacation. So please help us to continue to share. You can see that our people are frustrated. The good news is that they understand that it's a problem at hand and they have a way to solve it. Everything must come down. People must be given a voice to decide what to do in that nation before any freaking election. It's just that simple. So for those of you telling people to go and pick up your PVCs, ignorant people that are hiding somewhere overseas, telling people go and pick up your PVC, Tinubu, the dead man himself, he actually came back from the dead, because they talk to each other in the spirit, to tell you that your PVC has expired, people. Do you know what this
is? Your voting will expire too.
Yeah, that's how your voting will expire. He knew. It's only God, this God that we pray for or pray to. Do you know the only reason why that thing came out of his mind, because he's only came out of his mind is because he's waiting for an election.
Yes.
The PVC was left with no expiration date. So you, the monkey, will tell yourself that you have a PVC. When you get there and swipe it, you will act like a swipe, but nothing will read for you. If the president, Jonathan, can be struggling to have his own PVC recognized, your president, Jonathan. Yes. Imagine you, the monkey and the baboons. What kind of PVC card you have? Don't let the shininess, because they have the Americanized system. So it looks shiny. It looks like something you can get when you go to Europe or US. It's fake. Tinubu told you that your stupid PVC has expired. Go and renew it. We cannot afford to go to this election, my people. Go ahead, sister.
And it has been the case over and over. Some people think it started with Buhari. Buhari just came to make it louder. This is what is going to happen to you when we eat you up and nothing will happen. Because it's about self-determination for Fulanis. Buhari has been preaching self-determination for his own people. The only difference is that for him, you will die for Fulani to take your land. So they need to kill you. Either they chase you out of your land, they kill you, all the things they will do to you with the British people, and you will move and they will take over the land. Britain will prefer to have Fulanis on your land because they can get whatever they want to get from Fulani. So they will aid them. But you know what? They cannot do that except you are stupid, except you are gullible and allow them. This Nina's proposition did not come out now. It's just that it has been in phases. The first phase is to get the alliance to work before the public will hear. Because if you make it public, they will kill all the people working for the alliance. Do you know that Obasanjo, I heard that Obasanjo in his own time killed a lot of people, up to 100 people, working on this proposition underground. Because we told the people that this proposition, Nina's proposition, has been on for about 21 years. People have been working on it with their resources. The real patriots, the people that love the human beings, they have been working on it. And Obasanjo in his own time knew about this proposition. What did he do? He killed the people, closed down banks, just to make sure that this proposition does not see the light of the day. But what happened? Things got worse. Now we have more agitating groups. Now, currently, and more are coming because the problem needs to be changed, solved. We have told you here that the introduction of Sharia law in 12 northern contiguous states means that the people of that part have left the country. They have left the secular nation that we thought we were building. This current Nigeria is not the nation our forefathers negotiated for. It has been hijacked. So it is time to renegotiate our existence. Whatever it will take, we must talk to our people. Those that are trying to drag us to that general election, that 2023, they are our people. Abaribe is Igbo man. Mogalo is Igbo man. Otomi is Igbo man, or part of Otomi, or whatever he calls himself. All these people are from the south. You see, the Fulanis cannot work except they use our own people. So we are saying, talk to your people. Because the blood that will come, the bloodshed that will come, you will not imagine it. Whatever it takes, we must talk to our people. The bloodshed that they are avoiding, because some people say, oh, if we try to push for self-determination, there will be massacre. No, not through Nina's proposition. The massacre that is coming is going to come among the politicians. APC, PDP, and the talks, you children, you youths, that will decide to work for APC and work for PDP, you will be killed. You are the ones that will be killed. It's like when we are warning those that are doing self-determination, doing freedom fighting. We said, if you go this way, Nigeria will send his people and they will kill you. Some of the boys that we have been working for in this project before now, we told you we are with them. Some of them are dead as we speak. They have been killed.
A lot of them.
A lot of them, we can't even locate them anymore because they failed to listen. We told them there is a process that will ensure them to be alive and see these new nations that we're talking about. They said, no, we want action. We want action. We want to do something. They carry broomstick, cutlass, bottle, broken bottle, and enter inside forest because they want to take action. But then that's not the type of action that we are talking about in the 21st century. Then what happened? They got killed. So please, we are pleading with you. Go to your pastors, go to your priests, go to your GOs, go to your traditional rulers, talk to them, talk to your politicians, because there will be more insecurities, there will be more hunger in the land. Some people are asking us, what can they do? Spread this gospel. That's what you can do. Spread this information. The work has been completed. The proposition is on the table, and everything you can think of is in that proposition. Now is your responsibility to go and talk, go and deliver the message to the people to hear. It's not only Buhari. Some people think that when you vote out Buhari, then you will not be okay. The fact is that you can't even vote out Buhari. You tried to vote him out now in 2019. Did you vote him out? You did not vote him out. So whether Buhari is here or is not here, our people, what is happening will continue to happen because it's a bigger plan. Go and deliver this message. It's not only Buhari that knows how to deliver message in a way his enemy will understand. You go to the Igbo Eflefus, those that are begging the North to make them king. Somebody was saying that with time, those people, that when they go and make such statements, before they get back to our land, they will get a response that they never fought for, that they never thought of. Stop jumping up and down. Stop kidnapping our innocent people. Please, there is work to be done. If you can listen to what we are saying, you will understand the work and know where to go. Your brothers that are going to make stupid comments, assuming that you have delivered this message properly to them, the next person will not make that type of statement. Go and ask them, are they not hearing that there's a solution on the table? There are many ways to deliver a message. What is important is that when you deliver the message, the person hears it. There are many ways to deliver a message. You can't be saying things here. You know it. Stop suffering my people. Stop making them to sit at home for 1 week. That's not intelligent. Why are you doing this to them? You're making them to suffer. You're making their lives more miserable. How is sitting at home for my people, how is it going to affect Fulani man that is living in the north? How is it going to affect the Igbo elites that are living, not even living in Biafra land, that are busy living in Abuja and Lagos? See, the proposition is on the table, Nina's proposition. Each block needs to understand it so that they will understand how they can make it happen in their own block. The Yorubas are having a meeting today. They invited Brother Tony to come and speak to them. They are working in their land. The Middle Belt people are working in their land. Our own block, the Lower Niger block, we need to work in our land. Stop making my people to die for nothing. Stop killing my people for nothing. There is work to be done, and you need to understand this proposition so that you understand the work you need to do. Please, this thing we're saying is going to get hotter. The next video that my sister put up here is for those in diaspora. Those that think that because they're British citizens, American citizens, Chinese citizens, tsunami citizen, where all those countries are they come? Because you are there, you think you are safe. Something is coming for you. Watch this video, that will give you an idea what is ahead. Thanks.
The Nationality Borders Bill, which is before Parliament and has received second reading. We look at this particular bill because of the controversy that it has generated over the last few weeks. Although we were alerted last year about certain aspects of the bill, particularly Clause 9, some people call it Clause 19, which is very draconian and life-changing for migrants and migrant British citizens in the UK. Clause 9 of the new bill, if passed, will deprive British citizens of their citizenship, and it gives the Secretary of State power not to give them notice of the deprivation. The concern we have is that under the current law, particularly Section 45 of the British Nationality Act of 1981, the Secretary of State has a duty to serve any person who's been deprived of their British citizens. Can you imagine being deprived of your British citizenship and not being provided with notice of the deprivation? Can you imagine traveling out of the country, arriving at Heathrow Airport and being informed that although you left as a British citizen, you are no longer a British citizen and you will not be allowed to enter the UK? Can you imagine that being a British citizen, suddenly you receive a letter from the driver's license DVLA to inform you that your driver's license has been revoked, or that your employment has ceased because your British citizenship has been revoked? It may be that is the first time that you've been informed that your British citizenship has been revoked. This is why members of Parliament on both sides have raised particular issues with this aspect of the law. How can they deprive you of your citizenship without notification? Your citizenship can be revoked without notification, one, if it is impractical to inform you. Impracticability has not been defined. Two, why did you not know your whereabouts? Three, if there are national security concerns. Four, for diplomatic reasons. And five, for any other reason which is in the interest of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have problems with this particular bill.
All right, so we're
Who
going
defines what in practice?
Because of time factor, we're going to post this on our Facebook page. The point that this guy is trying to make is that you can wake up one day and your citizenship is gone. You can wake up one day, you can actually go to your country or whatever, leave the country to come back only for them to tell you at the airport that you're no longer a citizen. So you see, there is an urgency for us to get this work done. You don't know when these people will wake up and do what they're going to do. And on top of that, you don't have government on the other side that will fight for you and say, hey, this is an injustice, or sue the country. They can't even, there's nobody there to defend you. So you can no longer sit in the comfort of your own citizenship, wherever you may find yourself, and think that it's okay for what is going on in our land to be going on. Because a lot of us have already gone home this Christmas. We made our COVID dollar, we went to show it off, and we come right back because it's comfortable here. And we're saying that it does not make sense not to make your home, your first home, comfortable. Because you don't know when the other side will make it uncomfortable for you. Whenever there's insecurity or whatever, you fly right back, you have your own little house waiting for you on the other side. Time is of essence, yo. God is giving us little signs here and there, and we keep pretending like we don't know what he's saying because do you know who we are? We're telling you that time is limited. Let's do the right thing. Let's get together. Let's put hands to help this Nina's proposal come to fruition so that we'll have an alternative. If for some reason you don't care, but at least make it an alternative just in case it's hot on the other side. Because it can be hot. People are sleeping in Britain and they're passing this Bill 19 that our brother is trying to explain to our people. They don't even know what is going on. They're busy returning back from their vacation, returning back from showing off. Some of them went to a club, they had a good time. They don't know that Boris Johnson and co are there cooking up something that can deprive you of something.
Because the colonial masters want their land back.
Yeah. And the lawyer is also saying that it would even extend to your children that are born in Britain. So you don't get it twisted. You may say, okay, I'm old, I will just go back and die in the village. No, they will be shipping you and your children back.
Sister Muna, the elites living in our land all ran to give the birth to their children in Britain. Those people that when we are telling them, let's fix this land, they have in mind that their children are British citizens. That when it gets hot, they will escape. Good news. When you now escape, get there, they will revoke the citizenship. You are back to where you are coming. You know where you end? Mediterranean Sea. That's where you end. Because here is now hot. The Fulanis are here. The Fulani, the Caliphate, they've taken over Nigeria. The owners of the land, the colonial masters, have revoked whatever. You see, ask yourself, what made them, how did you become a citizen of that land? Is it not law they made? If you watch this video that we played just now to the end, you tell you that laws are made and laws could be revoked. Just one policy, everything will change. So if you took a law to make you a British citizen, it can only also take a law to unmake you. Because you're not indigenous. You see why we're telling you that we are indigenous in our land. Come, let's work.
Our birthright.
Go ahead.
No, I say it's our birthright.
Exactly. So you and your children cannot run anywhere. Let's fix our land. Is our birthright, like Sister Mona said. That land, we inherited it. And we need to decide what happens on it. Not Britain, not Fulani, not the foreigners, nobody. The resources in those lands ought to belong to us. And we will say what to do with them. So self-determination is our right. It will not lead to any massacre. Please, those of you that are so afraid, the work, the dangerous part of the work has been done. And when they were doing it, you are not even aware. Obasanjo was busy killing the people that did this work, trying to get their money that they're using, closing down banks. Do you know how many years that was? That was before Buhari even came. We told you that at the time Buhari was part of this work. But they moved when they understood that this work will not, that their forefathers' desire to conquer everyone, that this work will stop that desire. They moved away and introduced Sharia in the northern parts. Because with that, they can now conquer the whole Nigeria. It will be easier for them to conquer. And we're telling our people, we can use this to work and get our freedom. Stop following Fulanis into their slaughterhouse that they call 2023 election. 2023 election is a slaughterhouse, and the Fulanis will kill you. Rather than give you that presidential slot, they will kill you. See, they are pushing Tinubu in one hand. They are pushing Omahi and all the other mad people in the other hand. How many presidents are you going to produce? They want to make your heads to jump and you kill yourselves and they will still Fulanize you. And we are telling you people that under Nina's proposition, self-defense is part of self-determination. Each block, you can make use of Nina's proposition to protect your people. Protection, you are entitled to it. You are entitled to protecting your citizens. Security is part of it. But you have to do it in a right way. There's a process to it. Not carrying machetes and bottles and running inside bush. That is not the security that we are talking about. You need to pay attention to the lessons from Nina's secretariat. You cannot take out Fulanis, can't take Fulanis out of Nigeria by voting. Their system is already rigged. That system is already rigged. You cannot beat them in their own game. The system is corrupt, is full of deception and manipulation. It is rigged against you, the Southerner. You cannot outplay them. That's what we're telling you. That if you change the system and make this system a level playing ground, yeah, tomorrow your voting will make sense. But as of today, under 1999 Constitution, stop fooling yourself around. Stop fooling around. The system has been rigged against you. You can't outplay them. There's something we want our people to do. Sister Mona, please go ahead.
My dear, I'm just here thinking in my head, how can this be so difficult to understand? Is it that our people don't want better, or they're so defeated, they don't understand? I mean, what is it that is going on that they don't want to take their power back? You have done something over and over, election over and over again, and nothing changes. And my people are still there, gallivanting about elections. Does that even make sense? And the worst part is that it's the people that call themselves professors. In America, where we are, is the elite that helps the poor.
Yeah.
Is the elite that speaks on behalf of the poor. Is the elite that will start charity cause. Is the elite that will compel the government to do the right thing. Is the elite. In our own place, is the elite that will make sure that we stay down so they can be up and up and up. What kind of educational system did they receive that is not working for our people, but working for the colonial masters who so-called gave them the education? This is insane. People are tying themselves up in the church. People are lying to themselves about everything. I mean, it's insane. What kind of fakeness is this?
No, that's what happens.
Everything.
That's what happens when people allow lies and deception. The thing is that eventually, the lie and deception will grow to the point that people are unable to differentiate truth from lies. So when you are telling them truth, they don't know anymore, because they have they have lived in deception and manipulation that they can't think for themselves anymore. So they are not able to understand what you're saying. And those that will understand will rather use it and make money. The criminals that say they're doing freedom fighting for you, they will use it and make money, because it's about fame and money making. And we've been telling you, go to your churches, talk to your pastors. This is a pastor. Listen to what he's saying, because this is the only thing we want our pastors to be preaching now. Any pastor that is not preaching what this man is preaching right now, he should close his church down. We don't want those lies anymore. Enough of the lies. Close your shop, because we have told you that those churches are business centers.
They are.
They are not preaching Christ. And Christ has left those churches. Those churches that you have in Nigeria, because it doesn't make sense that you are preaching the gospel, true gospel, and there's poverty, there's too much poverty, there's too much killing,
no change.
Killed, no change. Life is going from bad to worse. It is not Christ that you're preaching. It is the business center. And we're saying, go to your pastors. You belong to churches. You have been giving them money for years. We told you that's true. You've been giving them money for years. So you have rights to talk to them. You employ them. You have been paying them, buying cars for them, building houses for them, schools and hospitals, setting up businesses for them. So it is your turn to go and talk to your pastor. Say, we want you to preach what this man is preaching now. Else, close your shop. Close your church. Because it's not useful. It's useless to the people. This thing we're saying, we're not joking. With time, people will come to those churches and force them to close down. It's going to get there. Listen to what this pastor is saying.
Be able to deliver on God's purposes for this nation. Does he have a purpose for it? Of course. Look at the amount of resources he has put in Nigeria. Look at the resilience of the Nigerian. Look at how Nigerians are succeeding everywhere in the world, whether they left Nigeria 400 years ago or left Nigeria on a plane 50 years ago. They excel. We're at the top of the treasury in the United States. We're at the top of the World Bank. The list is very long in all sciences and in all the arts. So the problem is not Nigerians. It is Nigeria and its constitution. The document upon which we were formed was a few soldiers who put it together and their surrogates. And that's what's supposedly holding us together. The foundation is that document. And if that foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? We've got to go back to the foundation. The next administration must not access power until we have a veritable constitution that is truly the document of we the people. You hear what I'm saying to you? Anything else is a fraud. Nigeria is a scam. It's a scam, and it's perpetuated itself too long. It's time to do something about it. No politician has a right to talk to us on this matter unless they believe as we believe. On this matter, Nigeria can do better, she can get better, and she can win. We are suffering in Nigeria in our hundreds of millions, whereas we need not to. We could easily be one of the top 3 countries in the world with the kind of resources we have. And it's about time that we let the international community know that they must be partial. Don't come and tell us that you're protecting democracy. Don't.
They're protecting democracy. That's what they're protecting. Lying to us.
And protecting their resource, their land, they are stealing. Because they are stealing. That's why they are protecting this thing called Nigeria. This crime against humanity. The only reason any white man or any government will protect Nigeria as it is currently constituted is because they want to steal from the people. They want to violate the rights of the people. They want to kill my people and steal the resources from the land. And we're saying we want to take our lands back. We want to take the nations back. And it's going to involve everyone. Because you know what? Everyone was there when it got bad. The church, you were there when politicians started stealing from my people. The political class, you were there. The traditional leaders, you were there. Parents, you were there. And these things happened. So you're going to be part of the solution. It is not what Tony Nadi will do alone. It's not what Daughters of Truth will do alone. It's not what Ninas will do alone. We will work in this together and we will take back our lands and our resources. It's time for you to rise up from where you are and join what we're doing. We don't want unnecessary noise. We don't want stupid noise. We don't want lies and propaganda. You people have tried the ways of lies and propaganda. It did not work for you. You are back in Nigerian courts trying to get freedom. Nigeria captured you in a basket and you are in their courts asking to be free because you went the wrong way. Noise making is not the way.
Nope, not at all.
There is a strategy on the table and we want each person to understand it. We've done a lot of videos. Tony Nadi has done several videos and teachings. You hate hating Tony Nadi will not do anything for you. If you want to hate Tony Nadi from morning till night, the proposition is on the table, and that's your only way out.
Yep.
That's how my people say it. Sorry for those that don't understand Igbo. I spoke to my people in a language they will understand. I told them, I will repeat it. You see, this proposition is your only way out. You continue to go in circles, deceive yourself, lie to yourself, manipulate yourselves. When you're done, two things. Either you die or you follow the proposition and you'll be free.
Yep. That's it.
Because you have been caged all around. And the 1999 Constitution is the seal on your cage.
Yep.
The seal on your prison is the seal on your enslavement. And so far that Constitution is still alive, you will never be alive. This work was done in South Africa because we're not the first to start it. We told you that this thing that Ninas is preaching is an internationally acceptable standard. It's been done elsewhere. They just did it in Chile. It was done in South Africa through what you call CODESA. Google it. These are the days of internet. You are not permitted to remain ignorant. You're not permitted to remain stupid. Please stop following lies and propaganda. Listen to what we are telling you. As mothers of the land, we are speaking our truth, because when lies will kill you, we will say we spoke to you. Some of you are dying. They show us pits where they threw your bodies. And we remember that for 2 years we have warned you as the Adas of the land. We came out here every Saturday, we warned you. We said this is what is coming. If you remain stubborn. And what did they say about stubborn fly? The stubborn fly that refuses to listen to counsel will follow the corpse to grave. And we're here again, speaking to you. CODESA in South Africa were the ones that worked out the mechanism and technicalities of transition. Also, they had to clarify the changeover of political leadership. The interim government managed the transition from the old order to the new order, because we told you that the 1999 Constitution is like the apartheid constitution in South Africa. Through Ninas, indigenous peoples will be able to achieve their self-determination. They will be able to get the type of future they want for themselves and their children. Through Nina's proposition, their votes will begin to count. Their wealth will begin to work for them. Their people in exile will return home. Through Nina's proposition, our people will be able to choose their leaders by themselves and hold their leaders accountable. No one will impose all these never-do-wells leaders on them. We did this before. In Yoruba land, there's Awolowo's template. Awolowo used that template to create wealth for Yoruba people. In our own side, we have what we call the Aladema document. We have shared it over and over again. We have our own forefathers. They created that Aladema document. Go through it so that you understand the plan. But you know what? These people have been bullying us. The political class, the wicked, reckless political class, they have been bullying us into silence. Their bullies will not work anymore. These bullies, they have no message for us anymore. It's time for us to engage ourselves. We plead on the foreigners to please stop messing up our discussion. Each time these indigenous peoples want to solve their problem, these foreigners, because they want to steal our resources, will come in and mess it up. But you know what? That thing that you have been doing that to the extent Nigeria has become a terrorist nation, the terrorism that you're breeding in Nigeria will be exported to Britain and America. So if you people do not allow us to solve this problem, the terrorists coming from the north, the Fulani Caliphate terrorists, will capture our resources and they will use it to destroy Britain, America, and all of you put together. So we plead on foreigners to stop disturbing, stop messing up our discussion. We, the indigenous peoples, want to have a discussion, want to have dialogue on how we're going to move forward or how we want to live in peace in that land. Stop joining our heads together. Stop jamming our heads together through your political stooges. We don't want all this identity crisis. I'm an Igbo woman. I will negotiate from the point of my being an Igbo woman. Do not call me a tribalistic woman because I said I'm an Igbo woman. Meanwhile, you call yourself a British citizen. What gives you right to call yourself a British citizen and call me a tribalistic woman because I say I'm an Igbo woman?
How do you?
Stop calling us tribal men and women. We are nations. We are kingdoms. And we don't want to be reduced to tribes. Stop all this identity crisis. I want to speak Igbo language. I want to be able to teach my children in Igbo language. This is the language I inherited from my forefathers. And I want to pass it on. Every nationality in that space, that Nigerian space, is entitled to self-determination. They cannot be referred to as minority anymore. No. There is no nationality in Nigeria that is a minority group. So we're saying we want to decolonize the whole place. And part of the decolonization is stopping all these lies. The lies that have told us that some groups, some nations are majority and some nations are minority. That's a lie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We are equal members of the union. And every ethnic group, every ethnic nationality, every indigenous ethnic nationality deserve and have the right to be autonomous and have the right of self-determination. The sovereignty, their sovereignty is their right. It cannot be taken away from them. This is what leaders stand for. The white man carried some of our nationalities, put them in the bellies of other nationalities, and call them minority groups.
The criminals.
These are criminals. And we are saying, Ninas is saying no more. We need to bring them out of those bellies so they can stand. Even if there are 600,000 people, they need to stand as a people. They need to stand as a nation. They need to stand, have their self-determination, and make the decision to say, okay, I want to form confederation with this other nation. That decision is their right. That's what Ninas is saying. Whether you are called Midwest, whether you are called Middle Belt, whether you are called Niger Delta, whatever they call you, we want you to answer your indigenous name. If you are Ijo, you ought to be Ijo Nation. That is who you are. If you are Yoruba, you ought to be Yoruba Nation. If you are Tiv, if you are whatever, you know me, I'm Igbo. I know my own. You should know your own. And we say, when you have gone back, go back to your ancestral lands. Go and organize your people. And then when you have organized your people, there will be referendums. And you, as a people, will say what you want. You will say through the referendum, your voice will be heard. You will say, we want to be part of this nation. We don't want to be part of this nation. We want to form a new nation. This is what we want to do. You will say it. And we're saying, tell your politicians to stop these lies and deception. It is time for self-determination. It is not time for crooked elections. Stop this. And we're going to have transitional government. The transitional government will have the framework, have timeline. It's not transitional government forever. If it's 6 months, if it's 1 year, if it's 2 years, these things have done before. They have been done in other countries before.
Mm-hmm.
White people have done it. Why can't we do it?
Mm-hmm.
The transitional government will have a mandate and they will move us from point A to point B. They will supervise referendums. UN will supervise it. All these people that like sending observers to fraudulent elections, stop it.
Yep.
The voting we want is to vote for our lives, vote for our freedom, vote to be alive. We need referendums, and we have a process for it. All we're saying is, please, listen to Nina's. Join Nina's movement. No matter what your group is, we're not saying stop meeting with your boys that you're drinking and having fun with. They're saying, in addition to that, come in to understand the Nina's movement, Nina's proposition, understand what you're supposed to do in it so that we can get home fast. And then after that, politicking can begin. You can now know who to vote. Your vote will count after that. You will decide what to do with your resources. It will be no more monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Your children will be alive. That's the only time your life will be, your existence will be meaningful. Go ahead, please, Sister Molly.
My dear, you have said it all. It's a no-brainer. This is up to you guys. So when we say to stop the political recklessness and embrace Nina's propositions, we are not kidding. This is what it's all about. And we are only where we are right now because we don't understand the process. I truly believe that if the market woman in Aba Market understand what Nina stands for, we are going home. Okay, Zipazu cannot tell you that, are you the one that asked me to be the flyover? Do you even have a car to fly the over? My goodness gracious, in 2021. We have received so much insult with stooges parading as our representatives, only because we are lacking knowledge. And that's what we come here to do every Saturday, to enlighten our people. For those of you that don't want to read the Nina's proposals, at least you can hear what it is on this show. That's what this whole thing is all about. So when we say to help us to share, it's just for people to understand, so that when Okezi Pazu is speaking, you will know that his days are numbered, that he's not representing us. None of them is representing us. We don't know. So we will call him on radio station to come and tell us, do you even have a bicycle to climb over the main road? He told people that you can use miracle. People will use hot water that's supposed to be used for chicken and pour it on the main road, and that's how the main road will melt. Can you imagine? It's a no-brainer, my people. God has given us our freedom. We are the ones playing with it and running in circles. Come on board, understand Nina's proposal, and we'll be home. We will be scot-free. And then we can begin the nation building. That's another thing that drives me crazy. It's like someone who's going to school, you're going to school, you haven't even begun work yet. Going to school is to get the certificate so you can start the work. So what we're doing now is to get the certificate so that the work will begin. You see, we have no time. Before we know it now, it will be April of 2022, and then it will leave us 1 year for the election. And we're saying people must close shop. Our churches must begin to preach about our true freedom, not tithing. If you don't tithe, you will die. Somebody was saying if you don't tithe, things will be tight for you. They will even have the audacity to tell you that if you give to the needy, you yourself will become, will be in need. Can you imagine?
Evil people. These are demons.
This desperate that if you give to the needy, my dear. I've told everyone that I gave money last year. I said, don't ever use my money to give to the church. You know what? I'm going to start making them swear that they will never use my money to give to any church. My money should go to the needy. I want to be in need. If that's what it takes to be in need, I'm ready to be in need. Every money, 10%, 20%, whatever you need to give should go to the needy down the street. Not for the man that is riding Rolls Royce, not for the man that is flying his jet, not the one that has a whole compound of houses from one end to another, not the one that pays them for school fees, 4 years school fees in an instant for their sons, and we cannot afford to even pay for common school in our neighborhood. you see, we cannot continue to support these criminals.
No.
They have identified themselves. So you can't put this on God. You cannot blame God on this one because they don't want us to have process. The same process that will work in that place where they're sending their children. That you have to work. You cannot sit at home for 3 days in a week and expect to have an economy that will thrive. You cannot sit at home and expect to receive salary. You cannot sit at home and expect to receive a pension. That we have to have in process. And that's what every one of them is afraid of. The one Nigeria is working for them now, so they will clinch on it real tight to make sure that we don't break it, because that is the process, that is their business entity. But if we understand the process, we will break these things down, and monkeys and baboons will go get a job just like anybody else.
Yep.
If you want to jump from one tree to another, run from the lion, cheetah, leopard, whatever you want to run from to make your money, you run from it.
Yep.
But you don't get to go and collect money on our behalf and use it to enrich yourself.
No more.
No. The work has been done, people. Just key in. Key into the proposition. Stop the recklessness so that we can go home. Do not let them deceive you with their degrees. Do not let them deceive you with their good command of English. Do not let them deceive you by how many radio stations and TV stations they can appear on, only to take you to the slaughterhouse. You see, the British citizens or the British government is already making a plan. Yep. Every little thing that happened, COVID, and Africans cannot come. Nigerians cannot come. This is how they're testing ground with what they
are testing ground with it.
Yes.
And it's coming. You know, once they make up their mind, this is what they want to do, they will eventually do it. It started. By the way, we can take calls right now, right? We can take calls for those that want to call and come in this discussion before we finish.
Right. So
anything they make up their mind to do, they don't stop. Mm-hmm. When they said it was time for slavery, they continued until they colonized our people. When our people said, "Oh, don't buy slaves," they came and enslaved us in our land. Now, the next thing they want to do is that they want to chase you out and force you back into the bad place that they left for you. That since you are telling them, no, don't, they want to force you back. They want to stop you from coming. So you that you are thinking of how to bring your mother, your aged mother, late father, to make them to become British citizens, when you know that elderly ones hate cold. Our mothers and fathers hate cold. Then you will push them to come and become British citizens. And you're saying, my mother is a citizen, my father is a citizen. Why is your Igbo man not becoming citizen of your village? Please, our people, call so that we can discuss. If you have questions, you can call to ask questions. We want you to understand this proposition. There is no other way to get to that freedom. Other ways, they will lie to you. They are just using you to collect money and then become famous. And at the end, somebody I was listening to, because some people are in clubhouses. And we appreciate people that are setting up clubhouses for people to discuss self-determination. We cannot call your names, but we appreciate you because we can see what you're doing. So someone was saying that they are tired of having people coming to make noise and lead them, and then push them into protest and everything. Then they will run out. And when they run out, they will give them asylum in some places and give them huge amounts of money. Because self-determination, like freedom fighting has become work for some criminals. When they make enough noise, the politicians will come and meet them and give them 600 million, 500, huge amount of money. The money that should be used to build hospitals, they're used to develop your land. The governors, because they don't want them to make noise in their states, will take that whole money and give to their leader. They're not giving to the people making noise and protesting. They will identify the leader, give it to him or her, and that one will fly out of the country, go and seek asylum, and begin a big life. My people, please, stop enriching these criminals. Listen to Nina's proposition, the movement. Whether you like Tony Nnadi's face or you don't like his skin complexion, you are killing yourself. That is, you're tying yourself on the ground. and Fulanis will come in and deal with you.
All right. So today's show is produced by us as usual, and it's set up by my wonderful hubby. He does a wonderful work in the background. I don't even know how to pay him for all his job. And of course,
you know how to. I'll say that.
Oh, okay. I do know. And this show is supported by family members, subscribers, and those wanting more for our people. And we want to always give a special thanks to LNC/Winners. You can always visit their website, www.winnersvoice.org. That's a good place to start. You know, our brother's video is there for you to see. And if you feel like his English is too complicated for you, you can tune it down to our page. That's why we try to speak in a language that a lot of us will understand, for most of us. And then, you know, we're on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. You can see they are doing wonderful things to make sure that this message does not go across. And that's where you come in. We are asking you to do your own first share by sharing, so that our people in Nigeria will understand that we want them to have self-determination. People in whatever they might find themselves in TV, everybody is counted for, everybody is taken care of. And that's what a good governance is all about, which we don't have in our current situation. And of course, you can visit our website at www.daughtersoftrue.org. We have a wealth of information on that website. You can see our vision and mission, and please help us to support this process in any way that you can. We've always emphasized on people using their time, treasure, and their talent. Whatever role you can play, you have a role to play. So don't ever let your situation make you think like, oh, there's nothing I can do. God sent you here on a purpose. So yeah, this is a purpose for your life. Not the purpose by Daddy Gio and all these fake criminal gang members. We're talking about there is something you can do. And you can see the change. You know, once you start doing your using your God-given talent to help humanity, I promise you the rewards are endless. The rewards are endless, not the one that the Geo will promise you on Sunday and then he wants you to tithe again on Wednesday for you to get the blessings. We're talking about truly saying that I want to be a change agent. I want to be ambassador of change. I want to be part of this process. We have our volunteer forms. We have our members form. Sign up, contact us. We can give you more information on how you can take this message to your village members, to your village meetings. We all have village meetings amongst ourselves that we go to once a month or so. Take this good news. Stop lying to yourself that you're in diaspora, that everything is well. Boris Johnson and his cohorts are doing wonders. You don't know when this thing will come up in your face. And you don't want to be left in the rain without coats. So please, do your own part. So the website again is www.day.true.org. And we want to commend our people. We want to start promoting our Made in Aba, Onitsha, Lagos. We want to start promoting Made in African brand. So if you know of anything that you want us to show at the end of the show, to tell our people to contact you, we definitely would love to do that. We want you guys to shine. We want you guys to succeed. We want you guys to be able to do what other people are doing because we are no different. We did not come to this earth to suffer. Only for us to suffer from the day we are giving birth to the day that we die. I don't think that's God's plan for us. So we can do better, my people. So thank you guys so much for joining us. We will see you guys next week. As usual, I know last week I actually announced the free giveaway for the question of the week. We weren't able to start yet because the phone card has not been purchased. So hopefully by next week, we'll purchase the phone card. We don't want to, send out the message send out the listing without everything being in place. So that's why we don't have the question of the week. And as soon as we're able to purchase those SIMS cards, we will start. So thank you guys so much for joining us again. Do not forget to share, and have a blessed and a wonderful weekend. And by the way, please help us to follow Dr. Brother Tony today. I don't know, I wasn't able to see where they were profiling that meeting, but as soon as we find it, we will definitely drop it on our Facebook page. so that you can see what our brothers and sisters in the Yoruba nation are doing. They are not playing. They don't want election in their land. They don't care if your name is Tinubu or Basanjo or Basanjo or Busonjo or Subanjo, Njo. They don't care. They want more for their people and they are serious about it. They are not faking it. And we are looking for the same serious-minded people and the change agent in our own side of the woods. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Good morning, our people. We're here once again to converse with you, discuss, talk about things that will, at the end of the day, make our lives better. That's all this is all about. We are not here for to be the face of your pain or whatever. We are here to be the face of your solutions. Solutions to issues. We are ready to go home. We want more for our people. We cannot continue to sit in a place that is already built for us when our land still needs building. So our goal is for everyone to be on board, for everyone to understand what we're doing, where we're going, so that we can get home and get home soon and start doing the work. You know, getting the self-determination is one thing. We haven't even talked about building the nation. So you can see that we are running out of time. We are desperate. We're not getting any younger. Don't let this picture that you're seeing online deceive you, man. When you get up in the morning, your bone lets you know that you're not young. You can't spring out of the bed anymore. So time is of essence. And we're hoping that today the show will be impactful, it will be life-changing. Oh, and again, once again, we're looking for change agents or ambassadors of change. We need people to come on board and want more. And that's what this entails. Do that spirit of wanting more, wanting a change, hunger for change. If you are one of those things, then you're a change agent. Come on board so we can get this work done and get to our destination. My name is Martin Sada, and today is January 22nd of 2022. And I will allow my sister to introduce herself.
Thank you very much, Una. Thank you, our viewers. Once again, we say please help us to share, subscribe, like. Those on YouTube, there's a bell there, and hit it so that when a new video is uploaded, you will be the first to be notified. We're a team in this work. Like my sister said, we're ambassadors of change. We're here to change things. We are not ready to accept this. That is good. We want things to be done differently. And we believe that we can do it. So please be part of us. Encourage others to join so that we can move forward. My name once again is Dr. A.P. Simon Akube. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Food for thought as we proceed. The consequences of lies and dishonesty are not only that they break down and create new social networks, they also produce fraudsters. They ruin workplace and business relationships. They make other people to be more creative and influence them on how to tell lies more often. They cause anxiety because truth is easier to remember. You see, with time, everyone becomes dishonest, including elders that should know better. At the end of the day, the entire society is ruined to the extent that people are unable to differentiate truth from lies. According to recent literature reviews, dishonesty and constant lying increase stress hormones and can lead to a lot of negative health outcomes, including high blood pressure and other heart and vascular complications. Please, my people, welcome to this platform that teaches you and upholds truth and encourages honesty in every human endeavor. Because you know what? Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards. Thank you very much.
Maybe you can say that again. Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards, and it's not doing you any favor. How can a group of people that want to get to a destination fast be playing with lies? Does that even make sense? No, it does not. So come on board, be a change agent. Let's start all over. Let's do this thing the right way. We have wasted enormous time doing the wrong thing, lying to ourselves, photoshopping, pretending, shouting, crying, even praying 7 times a day and fasting during the week and all kinds of stuff, and nothing works. So time has come for us to do the right thing. I mean, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. So all you have to do is to come up and be part of us and get moving going faster. So help us to share. As you can see, it looks like something is blocking something. Like I keep saying, between my husband and children, at least 6 people should be on here. They're saying 4. So I don't know what was blocking, if it's Facebook or if it's, what is it called? If it's Facebook or it's YouTube. I don't know who is blocking on what. But anyway, help us to share today's show. Okay. Okay, give me 1 minute just to share real quick and then we'll come back in. I'm almost done, a few more minutes. All right, so I will go ahead and start, and then we'll see how that goes. As you all know today, our brother Tony is in the Yoruba Nation, having similar talk on NINAS, because all we want to do is for people to understand the process. If we understand the process, then it's a game changer. We are done. We are done with dead people coming from their graveside to be our president. We are done with the same group of cabals waking up and deciding that they will rule us from the time they are 29 years of age to the time they are 100 years of age. It will be over. And it's also even heartbreaking to watch our young ones continue to be part of the campaign group for these people that we know evidence is there that they have held us hostage. And our people are so confused about what is doing them, like my sister is always say, that they are there actually campaigning, sharing cards, charge cards and what's not for these politicians. And I think it's only stemming from the fact that we don't know what we need. We don't know what it takes. And that's where the education comes in. So we're here every Saturday to educate our people on what is needed to stop this recklessness, to stop this political recklessness that we know will never take us anywhere, but instead it will renew our enslavement with the failed defunct federation called Nigeria. So that goes well with our topic today that says stop this political recklessness and embrace the NINAS proposition for good governance. Because it's a no-brainer. If this thing is done, what it will do is to take power away from the criminals in charge right now and put it in the hands of people that we will elect to lead us. Because we do need leaders. Somebody will have to lead. But it's not this group of wolves that we know for sure don't care about us. So what is governance? Governance is the existence of economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs at all levels. It comprises the mechanism or mechanisms, processes, and institutions through which citizens and groups articulate their interests, exercise their legal rights, meet their obligation, and mediate their differences. And then on the other hand, when you look at good governance, it's an approach to government that is committed to creating a system founded in justice and peace that protects individual human rights and civil liberties. The United Nations even understood the importance of this good governance, and they identified 8 factors that can be used as a measure. The first one is participation, right? So there are 8 of them. So the first one is participation, which requires that all groups, particularly those that are most vulnerable, have direct representative access to the system of government. We know in the defunct federation that we do not have that. The second one is the rule of law, which is exemplified by impartial legal systems that protect human rights and civil liberties of all citizens, particularly minorities. This is indicated by the independent judicial branch and a police force free from corruption. You know, we don't have that in the defunct federation. And then the third one is transparency, meaning that the citizens understand and have access to the means and manner in which decisions are made. Whoa. We have never experienced that, especially if they are directly affected by such decisions. That's why you have the likes of Tinubu, the criminal in charge, coming out to be our president. This information must be provided in an understandable and accessible format, typically translated through the media. You know what our media house is doing? They are busy serving our slave masters. The fourth one is responsiveness, which means simply involves the institution response to their stakeholders within a reasonable time or frame. Nobody listens to us. Even when our children came out to demonstrate for things that are not going well in our land, they were killed. And then we are looking at the fifth one, which says consensus oriented. That one is demonstrated by an agenda that seeks to mediate between many different needs, perspective, and expectation of a diverse citizenry. Decisions need to be made in a manner that reflects a deep understanding of the historical, cultural, and social context of the community. We have never experienced any of this. So you can see we don't even have a nation. The sixth one is equity and inclusiveness, which again depends on ensuring that all members of the community feel included and empowered to improve or maintain their well-being, especially those individuals and groups that are most vulnerable. That's not for us. And the seventh one is effectiveness and efficiency, developed through the sustainable use of resources to meet the needs of the society. Sustainability in this case refers to both ensuring social investment, carry through, and natural resources which they will maintain for future generations. Not in our lifetime. Last but not least is the accountability, which refers to institutions being ultimately accountable to the people, yeah, right, and one another. This includes government agencies, civil society, and the private sector, all being accountable to one another as well. None of this have ever happened in our nation or the country called Nigeria. So, as we can see, none of this ever existed in that union of them called Nigeria. Again, what really exists when we are marked for death, right? By our colonial master, they left us there thinking that someone will actually take us out, and to their surprise, we are surviving. And the sad part is that we still have people that are collaborating with our colonizers to keep us down. So the indigenous people trapped within Nigeria cannot achieve good governance under this illicit military 1999 constitution, which only produce venomous parasitic leaders whose sole agenda is to embezzle our collective wealth, plunder, exploit, and again, on top of that, bully our people. So the only feasible solution on the table is the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Understand this. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That proposition is the only thing that will take the power back away from these criminals in power, criminals in charge, that will take the power away from people coming from their grave, dead people. I've seen them on Facebook. Dead men are on our platform asking us to vote for presidency. You can see that you too can be part of this team who wants a better life for our people. Are you the change agent that we are looking for? Are you that ambassador of change that we are looking for? We have to get this work done, because if not, Tinubu will continue to come to be your president. Abubakar, is that his name? Will come out to be your president. Everyone that we know for sure, even people that are not even Nigerians, will come out to be our president. So let's start today by playing our first video so that you can see the depth of the problems that we find ourselves in. Sister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lola. Thank you, our viewers. Thank you you can see that you're sharing, because you can see when people share and like. We appreciate you. Like we said, just work, we're doing it together. So the first video, from this 4 video, what we want you to take out is for you to understand that our political elites, whether Fulani elites, Igbo elites, Yoruba elites, Ijaw elites, those elites that call themselves elites, are the reason why Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Elites like Professor Morgan, Professor Tommy, that was holding us down because they have refused to allow this change, this fundamental change that is needed. They want to go and get their own change because it's cake time. Whether people are dying, you don't care. Whether people are, they will come and speak big English for us, as if we don't know all these problems and all these solutions already. So I'm asking you, why is it that after 100 years of existence, we couldn't do these things? Or whatever you call yourself, you're speaking English. You think we don't know those things, those theories? We know them. We all went to school. We don't even know how your own, these people that bear professor, we don't know the name of it. They're saying there is need for a fundamental change. This Nigeria that you're saying cannot be built because there are certain things in the foundation that will not allow it. You can't even smell out Aso Rock. You can't go near. You're wasting our time. You cannot get to Aso Rock alive. Is either they kill you or you don't make it. Like my problem is not that you're trying. My problem is that you're wasting our time.
Precious time for that man.
Precious time, the time that we do not have. Because we are in a critical moment. This is emergency. People are dying every day. The change that we require is not the one that you wait for 2023 for somebody that wants to gamble with some things that he's not sure about to come again and deceive us. It's not about manifesto. There is a change that needs to happen before we can begin politicking. Listen to this video just for you to understand that other people understand our problem as well. Why is it that you, so-called professors, cannot understand this same problem?
And African countries became more and more divided with each election in the 1960s and 70s. So now groups of people were not only divided based on ethnicity, but also separated politically based on where they were born. From the perspective of a politician, this made perfect sense. If you want to win votes, appeal to certain ethnic groups. But from the perspective of the country as a whole, it made the country more difficult to govern over time. And if a candidate decided to appeal to the whole country instead of specific ethnic groups, then they would lose elections. And so, through a natural process, African nations tended to become more divided after independence, all thanks to the social and political systems left behind by their former colonizers. A prominent example of why this went horribly wrong was Rwanda, with the Rwandan genocide. where over 500,000 members of the Tutsi ethnic group were massacred, along with many other crimes against humanity. Once a party got into power, they would try to keep the power for themselves. Many Africans saw democracy as nothing more than a mess of infighting, with opposition parties abusing their power to hinder the greater national interest. Therefore, a single-party system was created in many African nations in the years following independence by crushing the opposition. And in countries with hundreds of different cultures and languages, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to deal with all of them vying for power. By the 1980s, the elites had taken full control over the political system in most African countries. And so, very little changed after independence, with European elites replaced with African elites. And those new elites were concerned that they would be overthrown in a coup. So, how were they going to keep themselves in power? Well, by taking the money intended for economic development and handing them out as salaries to powerful government officials to keep them happy enough that they wouldn't start a rebellion. But whereas colonies had oversight from their European government, who would fire anyone getting too corrupt, the new leaders had no such oversight. And to show just how incompetent some of these governments are, in the Central African Republic, the government didn't even keep proper records of financial transactions. By 1964, Senegal spent 47% of the government budget on the elites, 58% in Ivory Coast, and 65% in Dahomey, now called Benin. And if outsiders wanted access to African resources, all they had to do was bribe government officials to get access. And so African governments and companies started paying money to the African elites to gain access to the resources rich nations needed to run their own economies. As a result, the elites became richer, while the poor became even poorer. So if you're an oil company, all you have to do is bribe government officials and you can extract all the oil that you want. The elites would get a portion of the profits, while the people would see no benefits from resources taken from their own country. This is a system which is still active in many parts of Africa to this day. And if you're a country or company who does not want to give money to corrupt politicians, then there will always be somebody else who is willing to pay. As a result, anyone who thinks morality is more important than those resources will always be outcompeted by the ones who are willing to pay the bribe. Thus, you create a system where world leaders who are willing to pay those bribes will always have an advantage over those who won't pay bribes. And over time, bribes had become the norm in Africa. The Africans were not stupid, of course, and saw what was happening. They would often protest or even start rebellions to stop their own exploitation. But in the 1960s, African countries did not have a strong enough military to keep the peace. So, who did they call upon to restore order? Well, their former colonizers. The French and British in particular suppressed rebellions and protests across Africa in exchange for greater access to African resources. For example, in 1962, French troops broke up fighting in what is now called the Republic of Congo and put down a rebellion in Cameroon. The British, meanwhile, suppressed mutinies in Kenya and Tanzania. By 1965, these military interventions became common across Africa. From Algeria to Congo, Benin, the Central African Republic, Upper Volta, Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, all independent countries, and all had European troops stationed there to secure European access to African resources. African nations experienced around 40 successful coups within the first 2 decades after independence, and so Africa gained a reputation for being a very unstable country. So unstable, in fact, that almost nobody wanted to invest in Africa anymore except for their resources. And this highlights another issue. People think of Africa as a single entity, a continent filled with poverty and war. So when someone hears about, for example, Boko Haram in Nigeria, it is often grouped with the rest of Africa as just being another war in a continent filled with war. Yet what most people don't realize is that the area in which they operate is over 1,000 kilometers away from Nigeria's economic centers
Yep.
and has almost no effect on business. They are further away than Amsterdam is from Warsaw. But companies will still refuse to do business in Africa because of this belief. And this creates a cycle. People group Africa together as a poor continent, resulting in less business, which results in Africa staying in poverty. It is for this reason that throughout this video, I have used the words most, almost all, or a few quite a lot to show that Africa is a diverse area and simply cannot be grouped together in most cases due to this diversity in peoples, landscapes, and cultures. Despite all these issues, some things did improve in Africa. By the 1980s, African politics started to stabilize with fewer coups.
All right, so we'll continue this video. Let's just go ahead and add some more information to this. Sister, go ahead with me.
So, my people, we're saying that even people that are not Africans are following what is going on in Africa and African nations, because these things are not hidden. And that's why we cannot understand why people that call themselves professors cannot grab this information. They're in the open. They're not hidden at all. And in summary, we are saying that the colonial structures in Africa must be dismantled, and in Nigeria specifically, must be dismantled for us to move forward. And Nina's proposition is our own indigenous solution for our local problem and our local disputes. Those that remember the IRA proposition, during the Biafran War, we wanted to solve our internal problems because we knew our problems. We knew that having lost the federation, that at least because of how we are very diverse. We are diverse nations, cultures, so many things that we need a confederation. And that was what that proposition was about. And the colonial masters ruined it, thanks to their stooges. And then rather than that correction, fixing that thing, we went into full-blown war and genocide. At the end, up to 5 million people were killed, which they are not ready to recognize. They will recognize Rwanda genocide. They will recognize Jewish Holocaust. What about Igbo Holocaust? What about Biafra Holocaust? When are you going to recognize it? And that's the problem with all our brothers that like making noise about Biafra. Making noise is not the issue. If you make noise, they will join you to make noise. Some lawyers will even come and join you to get their own money because they can see that you have free money to throw around. So they will come and share the money. Then you ask, you have always known the truth. You are a Nigerian lawyer. How come you did not support Ninas to solve this problem? Rather, you will join in the euphemism, the one that is making noise. Let's make noise and collect our money. Rather than joining in solving the problem, giving it a lasting solution. Decolonization is what needs to happen in Africa and in Nigeria. And that is what Nina's proposition is all about. We need our own local solution to our local problem. We don't need foreigners to come and do it for us. We can do it by ourselves. We have brains. We have sense to do these things. Watch again in the next section some of the things he said. Because there are people in Africa that have been speaking and are listening to them. That's why they make some of this comment and show for people that you know to know. We're asking, why is it that our own elites are stubborn, deaf, dumb, wicked, stupid, reckless, anything you can call it? Why is it that they've refused to allow this change to happen so that we can move forward? Why do they like deceiving us, playing games around? Go ahead, please, sister.
It's sad, my sister. It's sad. Even this guy did a very good narration by informing them how the system was set up only to benefit the colonizers. And we're still talking about the same system. They will never set it up for you to be free. They set it up in order to have corrupt officials for them to come in and take resources to build their own nation. You heard the man say it in there. And until we change that whole system, until we totally dismantle, like radicalize that whole system to benefit us, we will be running in circle. And the political system in Nigeria is one of those ways that the colonial masters will continue to have a stronghold on us. If we don't get rid of whatever that is going on in Nigeria right now by following INA's protocol, then we will be running, this whole thing will be happening. And the worst part of it is that they will not mind to sit again and watch second Rwanda genocide. They will not mind again to watch another Biafran genocide. They will not mind. As long as their business is growing, you guys will be fighting war and they will be coming there to pick their resources and fly out. So you see that we can no longer allow our enemies to dictate for us. Time have come. We are so mature. We have come of age to deal with this problem. Why do you guys think God sent us all over the world? For those of you that are still in doubt if I'm able to do this, look at the great work you have done. Whatever you may have found yourselves. You know, we have been everywhere all over the world and we're able to survive. Just with one suitcase into any country, before you know it, we have made a home, we have started a business, we have done it all. So why is it then that we are leaving our destiny in the hands of those representing the colonial masters? You see, going to 2023 election will renew our enslavement. It will continue this paradigm that our colonial masters started before they left. They will continue to serve them until we understand that if we want our power back, and start all over, that is the beginning of good things in our lives. But if we continue to speak English and call ourselves professors and we have 20 microphones in front of our faces, then that means we are not ready to go yet. And the good part about all of these things is that God is not coming down. He's not going to change this because God has a proposal on the table called Mina's proposal. If you think that fasting and praying and going to election will change it for you, then you will be lying to yourself. I will play this next video.
These policies primarily focus on using the strength of Africans themselves, rather than by having policies enforced upon them by the outside world. The African Renaissance can only succeed if its aims and objectives are defined by Africans themselves, if its programs are designed by Africans ourselves, and if we take responsibility for the success or failure of our policies. African countries started to work together more through institutions like the African Union, by reducing trade barriers to make trade between African countries easier.
That's what you think.
Investing in stable governments to make sure that you didn't have to worry about a civil war right across your border. By creating various agencies that cultivate African talents. And these trends have had an effect in the last 3 decades, with some African countries now being the fastest growing economies in the world. And so we arrive in the 21st century where history is too recent to make any real historical analyses. However, there are some trends worth noting. Africa is still facing many issues. They are least prepared for climate change or probably suffering the most under it. A third of all children are malnourished. A third of children don't finish high school. Extremists find it easy to recruit the vast amounts of poor, unemployed young people. Pandemics are common across the continent, with COVID being just one among many, and the economic development of Africa is limited to certain countries. African countries are looking at the economic successes of East Asian countries and are adapting those policies for their own countries. This is resulting in factories, agricultural centers, and tech centers being opened across
agricultural centers owned by other countries, right? You know, and that's when we have to, when our brother earlier said that we have to have aims and objectives that is developed by Africans, run by Africans, shared by Africans. If not, these people will continue to misconstrue information. Yes, there are businesses in the land, but how many of them are owned by the indigenous peoples? The businesses that we see there are the Indians producing mass phone for their own country. We see Chinese building our airports or railroads, even with Chinese translation on it.
So is that really the development that we want?
And we have civil engineers.
We have
civil engineers.
And then we're taking billions and billions of loans that we know very soon that China will now colonize us the second way around. So you see that we don't have time to waste. You see that we cannot continue to play with the political thoughts that call themselves our leaders anymore. You can see that we cannot allow another round of 2023 election to commence upon us because we know what that means. It's another group of people that will come like President Bubu to collect billions of dollars to repair his toilets, billions of dollars for his son to marry a wife and him becoming whatever they made him. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars that our children, they will never have any way to pay it because right now our educational status in terms of our children graduating from school is very low. So how are we going to compete with people that are already up here when we are way down here? Then we are carrying ourselves on top of that, debts on top of our head, on top of, you see that we're not going anywhere. So any more election of 2023 will just do us under, period. There's no other way to do it. It will literally do us under. And that's why we are desperate for people to understand this Nina's proposal. And don't let that rise. Don't let the fakeness of whatever they're doing around there deceive you. That if we can change all of this, and there's nothing the world can do, they're waiting for us to change it.
Exactly.
They're waiting for us to change it, right, sister?
You know, the thing is that when our population was small, we could manage these few crops from colonial masters and their stooges. But you know what? Now we are over 200 million. So we can't manage the crops anymore, and that's why you see more trouble. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves, because when we don't have anything to eat, we start killing and eating ourselves now. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves, or we kill and eat the politicians. Somebody has to be eaten. And this is why we're telling their politicians. Soon, the people will start eating you. They're eating themselves right now. Don't think that your high walls will protect you. Kiss me, Morgan, part of Tommy. Your high walls will not protect you. Leaving your children abroad will not protect you. The people are eating themselves right now. Go and see what is happening in the land. Soon they will start eating you politicians because they will understand this thing that you are the ones holding them down. So they will start cutting you and eating you, using you for barbecue. Embrace Nina's proposition. This proposition is very timely. It's a local solution for local crisis. Government of Nigerians, for Nigerians. It is not by Nigerians, not government of Fulanis and Britain over Nigerians. When it's voting time, they will say the South is minority. And then our people in the South will start going to the North and call them their kingmakers.
Try.
When it's time for federal allocation of resources, they will say South is minority and North will get the lion's share. When it's time for generation and contribution of wealth into the federal purse, North will bring little to the table. While South will carry the entire burden. This is a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop. The kingmakers who always choose leaders over us should get ready to generate resources because music is about to change. When you see this video, these are the real youths, not Sherima Shetima or Sherima Yerima or Yerima Shetima, whatever he's calling himself. That is 17 years and saying he's a youth. These are the youths from the North. So that for you to understand that it's not this thing they're painting through media that will help us. It's not the fake rice and granite pyramid that will save them this time around. There's hunger in the land. People should get ready because that sand that you're putting inside bag and putting it on top of that wood and say it's rice pyramid, very soon the people that did not get the rights will eat you. Starting from Bubu to Tifnubu to Osibanjo, to all of you that have refused to allow the people to move forward, they will eat you up. Look at what these children are doing. Then you see, these are Nigerians. This is Buhari's poster. Those that can understand Hausa and those that cannot understand Hausa, watch the children and see how they move. If they are reacting to ordinary poster, they will begin to understand what they will do to communities when they see the people. Because hunger is real. It is not a joke. My gosh. Because of time, we can play the next one. But we are using this to show our people real reaction, not adulterated reaction, not stage man reaction, not the one that media, NTA will come and channels will come and paint and show you. Real feelings. These are children. Imagine what these are youths and children. Imagine what their parents will do. Now, this is what their reaction to ordinary poster. Imagine what they would do to the human being. Do you people understand that what you're cooking, you will soon eat it? And Ninas is here to help you so that we get a well-tailored solution. We will fix this thing and not go into explosion. This is an interview on the streets. These are real Nigerians that will tell you how they feel. Listen, for you to see that our campaign is working, it's getting to the grassroots. And when that information goes wrong, I'm telling you, your life cannot sell anymore. Your life has expiry dates. And we're here to make sure you get to that expiry date by teaching our people the right thing, by teaching our people truth, and then presenting solutions to them. Please go ahead, Sister Mona.
Supposed to be caught. Is it not that fool that said that he has dismantled the Boko Haram? Now, what do I want to say? It's not a new thing. There are many books that Buhari has brought to Nigeria. Many criminals will brought them to books, will do this, will do that. You see, there is nothing new in Nigeria. The only solution to this country is rememorandum. They do not deceive themselves. Nigeria is a dead country. It's a failed nation. Whether they like it or not, if they don't do it in time and they allow Nigeria to restructure itself, they won't like it. All these people that they thought that they are in secure place today, all of them, they will look for a way to run away from this country that will be waiting for them. Go to Lagos now. Go even in this Abuja. Who can walk freely now? How many people can walk freely in federal capital? EndSARS. That's a warning. The next one, even UN, that closing their ear and eyes now. They will come, they will call. Nobody will listen to them. Nothing like 2023 election. It's a food. All things that can make Nigeria to be peaceful before 2023, Let Buhari write his name with golden pen. If it's truly meant for Nigeria, let them call for consult conference or a referendum. Let people speak their mind out, not the election. Who wants to be election? Is it somebody who want to contest? Tinubu, rogues, armed robber, killer. Want to rule this country? I'm a young man, but I can never support when they come to the issue of Nigeria. Somebody like Tinubu is not worth to become the councillor again, not some of president. Who are those people? Is Buhari going to support Tinubu, or who is the candidate that we have now? And then if anybody comes without the referendum, there can never be peace in this country, because any country that is injustice, there can never be peace. No. Let all the pastor, everybody, all of them pray. Let all the imam come together. There can never be peace in this country, or as there is injustice. That's the truth. God is not, we cannot continue to fool God.
That been the same old story. Charging. The same old wine in a new bottle. The result will still remain the same. The same rejuvening of the security apparatus. The result will still remain the same. What this country needs is total restructuring. It's total what? Restructuring. Security have to be decentralized. Charging the security chief, I've been the order of the day since 1990. Has anything changed? Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
They say the same old story, and it will bring out the same result. What are the results? Killing, burning of houses, destruction of innocent Nigerian properties from north to south. That is the result of the charging. And nothing good will come out of it, except and until Nigeria is restructured. Total restructure, political restructure, economic restructure, security restructure. That will be the solution of Nigeria problem.
The insecurity, something to do with joblessness, hungry, and also we have, don't get me wrong, we still have jihadis who are doing this to convert everybody to Christianity. Yes. Yes. That's what jihadis who are doing this in the Bible to convert everything, everybody to Islam. You see, coming to the elections. The electoral bill or the electoral bill. Some elections in Nigeria have not been honored. The Prince 2003, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. In 2007, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. Buhari himself, in 2019, he know that he didn't do the election. He rigged. So how can Nigeria be deceiving themselves? Pastors, lecturers, lawyers, doctors, they say, go and register, go and have their voters card. At the end of the day, somebody who didn't win the election will we take charge. Look at Imo State. Look at the state. To me, Nigeria is going down. I'm sorry. There's no opportunity in analyzing school situations, the development of the polity, and all those good stuff. So, because of that, people don't want to. Because our parents chatting is having to take actions against the ban. It's something they have done. We have made several pronouncements about it, and we saw the promises he made when he was coming to power. That 2 months after he put the section, that banditry and Boko Haram will be a thing of the past. But what have we seen? We've seen, instead of the cooperation of banditry activities, Boko Haram activities escalating beyond the point where it was before we came to power. So it's not something one can just really that they did into. Look at the headline.
All right, so we'll stop sharing here. Please help us to continue to share. You can see that Facebook is again at work, doing what it needs to do, because they are part of the colonial masters. They are part of the ones that don't want us to understand what it takes to be, to be an independent nation, true independent nation. So we know what they're doing. So if you want us to overcome this, please continue to help us to share throughout the show. They are blocking this. If I was here now talking, doing all kinds of stuff, they would allot 1 million people. But for the fact that we are talking about what we used to liberate Africans, liberate ourselves, so we can build our own Facebook and have other people come and use it. That's what this is all about. They want us to continue to while away in ignorance, continue to, act like children when we are adults, continue to call ourselves youth when we are 70. When other youths of 70-year-old in other countries have retired and waiting for their checks to come in the mail so they can go on vacation. So please help us to continue to share. You can see that our people are frustrated. The good news is that they understand that it's a problem at hand and they have a way to solve it. Everything must come down. People must be given a voice to decide what to do in that nation before any freaking election. It's just that simple. So for those of you telling people to go and pick up your PVCs, ignorant people that are hiding somewhere overseas, telling people go and pick up your PVC, Tinubu, the dead man himself, he actually came back from the dead, because they talk to each other in the spirit, to tell you that your PVC has expired, people. Do you know what this
will expire?
Yeah, that's how your bottle will expire. He knew. It's only God, this God that we pray for or pray to. Do you know the only reason why that thing came out of his mouth because came out of his mouth is because he waited for an election? Yes. That PVC was left with no expiration date. So you, the monkey, will tell yourself that you have a PVC. When you get there and swipe it, you will act like you swipe it, nothing will read for you. If the president, Jonathan, can be struggling to have his own PVC recognized, your president, Jonathan. Yes. Imagine you, the monkey and the baboons. What kind of PVC card you have? Don't let the shininess, because they have the Americanized system. So it looks shiny, it looks like something you can get when you go to Europe or US. It's fake. Tinubu told you that your stupid PVC has expired. Go and renew it. We cannot afford to go to this election, my people. Go ahead, sister.
And it has been the case over and over. Some people think it started with Buhari. Buhari just came to make it louder. This is what is going to happen to you when we eat you up and nothing will happen. Because it's about self-determination for Fulanis. Buhari has been preaching self-determination for his own people. The only difference is that for him, you will die for Fulani to take your land. So they need to kill you. Either they chase you out of your land, they kill you, all the things they will do to you with the British people, and you will move and they will take over the land. Britain will prefer to have Fulanis on your land because they can get whatever they want to get from Fulani. So they will aid them. But you know what? They cannot do that except you are stupid, except you are gullible and allow that. This Nina's proposition did not come out now. It's just that it has been in phases. The first phase is to get the alliance to work before the public will hear. Because if you make it public, they will kill all the people working for the alliance. Do you know that Obasanjo, I heard that Obasanjo in his own time killed a lot of people, up to 100 people working on this proposition underground. Because he told people that this proposition, Nina's proposition, has been on for about 21 years. People have been working on it with their resources. The real patriots, the people that love the human beings, they have been working on it. And Obasanjo in his own time knew about this proposition. What did he do? He killed the people, closed down banks, just to make sure that this proposition does not see the light of the day. But what happened? Things got worse. Now we have more agitating groups. Now, currently, and more are coming. Because the problem needs to be solved. We have told you here that the introduction of Sharia law in 12 northern contiguous states means that the people of that part have left the country. They have left the secular nation that we thought we were building. This current Nigeria is not the nation our forefathers negotiated for. It has been hijacked. So it is time to renegotiate our existence. Whatever it will take, we must talk to our people. those that are trying to drag us to that general election, that 2023, they are our people. Abaribe is Igbo man. Moralo is Igbo man. Otomi is Igbo man. Or part Otomi, or whatever he calls himself. All these people are from the south. You see, the Fulanis cannot work except they use our own people. So we are saying, talk to your people. Because the blood that will come, the blood shed that will come, you will not imagine it. Whatever it takes, we must talk to our people. The bloodshed that they are avoiding, because some people say, oh, if we try to push for self-determination, there will be massacre. No, not through Nina's proposition. The massacre that is coming is going to come among the politicians. APC, PDP, and the talks, you children, you youths that will decide to work for APC and work for PDP, you will be killed. You are the ones that will be killed. It's like when we are warning those that are doing self-determination, doing freedom fighting. We said, if you go this way, Nigeria will send his people and they will kill you. Some of the boys that we have been working for in this project, before now, we told you we are with them. Some of them are dead as we speak. They have been killed. A lot of them. A lot of them, we can't even locate them anymore because they failed to listen. We told them there is a process that will ensure them to be alive and see these new nations that we're talking about. They said, no, we want action, we want to do something. They carry broomstick, cutlass, bottle, broken bottle, and enter inside forest because they want to take action. But then that's not the type of action that we are talking about in the 21st century. But what happened? They got killed. So please, we are pleading with you. Go to your pastors, go to your priests, go to your GOs, go to your traditional rulers, talk to them, talk to your politicians, because there will be more insecurities, there will be more hunger in the land. Some people are asking us, what can they do? Spread this gospel. That's what you can do. Spread this information. The work has been completed. The proposition is on the table, and everything you can think of is in that proposition. Now is your responsibility to go and talk, go and deliver the message to the people to hear. It's not only Buhari. Some people think that when you vote out Buhari, then you will not block him. The fact is that you can't even vote out Buhari. You tried to vote him out now in 2019. Did you vote him out? You did not vote him out. So whether Buhari is here or is not here, our people, what is happening will continue to happen because it's a bigger plan. Go and deliver this message. It's not only Buhari that knows how to deliver message in a way his enemy will understand. You go to the Igbo Eflefus, those that are begging the North to make them king. Somebody was saying that with time, those people, that when they go and make such statements, before they get back to our land, they will get a response that they never fought for, that they never thought of. Stop jumping up and down. Stop kidnapping our innocent people. Please, there is work to be done. If you can listen to what we're saying, you will understand the work and know where to go. Your brothers that are going to make stupid comments, assuming that you have delivered this message properly to them, the next person will not make that type of statement. Go and ask them, are they not hearing that there's a solution on the table? There are many ways to deliver a message. What is important is that when you deliver the message, the person hears it. There are many ways to deliver a message. You can't be saying things here. You know it. Stop suffering my people. Stop making them to sit at home for 1 week. That's not intelligent. Why are you doing this to them? You're making them to suffer. You're making their lives more miserable. How is sitting at home for my people, how is it going to affect Fulani man that is living in the north? How is it going to affect the Igbo elites that are living, not even living in Biafra land, that are busy living in Abuja and Lagos? See, The proposition is on the table, Mina's proposition. Each block needs to understand it so that they will understand how they can make it happen in their own block. Yorubas are having a meeting today. They invited Brother Tony to come and speak to them. They are working in their land. The Middle Belt people are working in their land. Our own block, the Lower Niger block, we need to work in our land. Stop making my people to die for nothing. Stop killing my people for nothing. There is work to be done, and you need to understand this proposition so that you understand the work you need to do. Please, this thing we are saying is going to get hotter. The next video that my sister put up here is for those in diaspora. Those that think that because they're British citizens, American citizens, Chinese citizens, tsunami citizen, where all those countries are they come? Because you are there, you think you are safe. Something is coming for you. Watch this video, that will give you an idea what is ahead. Thanks.
The Nationality Borders Bill, which is before Parliament and has received second reading. We look at this particular bill because of the controversy that